And good day. This is episode 1 of Licorice Pizza today. It's a brand new show, episode 1. Here I am, Don Despaw. And what we're going to talk about is music. Some of your favorite bands in the future. You know, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, the Eagles, Chicago, whomever it is, Leonard Skinner. I'm not trying to leave anything out. First of all, I'm going to go in the top 3 selling groups of all time. First one would be the Beatles. The second one, the Eagles. These are rock bands, okay? Not individual artists, so not to confuse anybody. And number 3 is a band which we're going to talk about today, is Led Zeppelin, all right? Yeah, they've been around since they formed in 1968. And then came out with their first album in the spring or summer. Well, we got usually everything here in the North Country a little bit later, but it was the summer of '69 that I first heard Led Zeppelin, their first album. My brother, a friend of his, came up. We're camping. I was camping in Hanawa Falls. It's the summer, had a little record player, and man, I'll never forget it. Looking at the album cover, I said, "Ooh, it's this new band, Led Zeppelin." And the Beatles were starting to kind of break up at that time a little bit, and they're a little harder edge than the Beatles. Zeppelin, not everything they did, but a lot of stuff they did was. And the album cover, and I looked at it and said, well, let's open it up. Brand new, never even been opened. Open it up and play it, and my goodness, wow. The title track, Good Times, Bad Times, right? If those of you that remember that album remember it very well. And even if you're younger, were born in the 70s or 80s, I'm sure you probably have that album. If you're into music, a music lover, like I am, and at first listen to this album, I loved it. Couldn't get enough of it. Played it probably 3 times in a row. Led Zeppelin. Good Times, Bad Times, Dazed and Confused, which I tend to get once in a while. It's what a great song, though, and they recorded it in 36 hours. And I didn't find that out until decades later. What? 36 hours. That whole album was recorded, and the rest is history. Became one of the greatest legendary bands of all time. Zeppelin 1. There it is. And if you've never heard Zeppelin 1, go ahead and listen to it. You'll love it. And especially hearing it for the first time. And every time I still hear that album, it doesn't sound dated. Never sounds dated. Dazed and Confused. Good Times, Bad Times. Communication Breakdown with the great Jimmy Page. Thing about Led Zeppelin is, and this album I noticed right off the bat, how great the drumming is. The late great John Bonham on drums, Jimmy Page on guitar, John Paul Jones on bass, and Robert Plant's voice. I mean, wow. They were a force to be reckoned with. I said, there is something new coming up, folks, and people that didn't listen to it, I went out and bought the album. I said, you got to listen to this. Unbelievable. And not only Zeppelin 1, what they went on to do, mainly, what's your favorite Led Zeppelin? The thing about Zeppelin, if they released 10, 12 albums, say, okay, which one, if you only had one to pick from, and for the life of me, I don't know. Because they're all so great. Zeppelin 2 came out late summer, early fall. Zeppelin 2 came out, and the Beatles were at number 1 with Abbey Road. And Zeppelin knocked that out of the number 1 position. And then, Whole Lot of Love off Zeppelin 2. Heartbreaker, Livin' Loving Maid, Ramble On, great song by Led Zeppelin. That phenomenal album. And then the third one, a little bit of a change. More acoustic, but it did have some heavy music on it, heavy guitar playing on that as well. John Bonham's drums, just amazing drummer. And what comes after that but Zeppelin 4? Stairway to Heaven. I know people said, oh, Stairway to Heaven has been played so much. Yes, it has. Still a great song, though. And according to Rolling Stone magazine and other polls that they take, probably the number one rock song of all time is Stairway to Heaven. Black Dog was off that one. Rock and Roll. Battle of Evermore. The song California. Misty Mountain Hop was off that one too. And that it's just amazing album. Then, then after that, well, Zeppelin, maybe they reached their peak. No, Houses of the Holy came out, and the song remains the same off that. Dire Maker was released as a top 40 hit, but Led Zeppelin, I have to say, they were not a top 40 band. Like a pop band. They are not a pop band. Like The Who wasn't per se a pop band, neither was Pink Floyd. The Beatles were a band like that. They were both pop and classic rock, can be put into that genre. But as far as Zeppelin goes, Houses of the Holy came out, another just fantastic album. And then after that, in 1975, they come out with, most people think it was a double album, by the way, Physical Graffiti, 2 albums. And they started their own record label, of course, Swan Song Records, that Bad Company records on. But that was a double album, and my goodness. Most people say, what's your favorite Zeppelin album? The ones I've talked to, Physical Graffiti. But they all love Zeppelin 1, 2, and if you're a Zeppelin fan, they're all great, you know. Now to my least favorite. Comes up after Physical Graffiti was 1976. And Presence. Probably my least favorite Zeppelin album, or maybe Coda from 82, after John Bonham had passed away. Coda, but Physical Graffiti, let's talk about that one. My least, it is my least favorite. Yeah, I would say either that or Coda, those two right there. Then John Bonham, sadly passed away. Zeppelin didn't release anything in 77, as far as I know, or 78. Then 1979, they released In Through the Outdoor. Now, the first time I heard the album, there's different versions of that. It was like a paper grocery bag covered with it. And if you bought that album, you might see this at the bar. The other person bought the other album, see something different at the bar. But when I first listened to it, I didn't like it. I said, I don't know about this. I'll try it again. It grew on me. Now I love the album. Fool in the Rain, All My Love, a song called Hot Dog off that album. Hot Dog, yeah. Like a country song, yeah, I love it. And then sadly after that, it was spring or summer of 1980, John Bonham of Zeppelin died. Led Zeppelin passed away, unfortunately. Then in 82, I think it was, a couple years after that, they released Coda of unreleased tracks. Led Zeppelin did. So, and actually, Physical Graffiti is some of the stuff that didn't make it to the previous albums that were on that double album. But Led Zeppelin, yeah, legendary band, and I thought it would be a good one. Like, what's your favorite Led Zeppelin album? And if you say Physical Graffiti, fine. Led Zeppelin 2, that was a great album too. Whole Lot of Love, Heartbreaker, like I said. A lot of people like the second one. And Led Zeppelin 3, of course, more acoustic. But that's a band that, after John Bonham passed away, never got back together. I can't say they never got back together. They kind of did. The O2 Arena in London, they did with John Bonham's son, Jason, who's a fantastic drummer, and they did that amazing show there. So, Page and Plant, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant and John Paul Jones get together for certain things, but it was decades after John Bonham. They would not perform, so it was kind of a tribute to John Bonham, what he meant to that band. He was a heavy hitting drummer, and he, you know, but the first one, like I said before, groundbreaking, Led Zeppelin 1. And if you've never heard it, do listen to it. In fact, you like it, you'll probably listen to Zeppelin 2, 3, 4, and on we go. And the artwork of the albums, too, that they had were glad. That picture of that Zeppelin on the front cover says it all, Unfortunately, it's kind of, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, it's kind of disintegrating like the Zeppelin that happened in 1939 with that terrible crash in New Jersey. But yeah, that is such a cool album cover. And what else here? Robert Plant's voice, of course, jumps out here. That first album, I said, who in the world is singing that? He's going like way up. And to describe the difference between Zeppelin 1 and 2, it's difficult. More polished, maybe the second one. Cohesiveness, maybe. Songs were shorter. Zeppelin 1 was just like, I think they must have done a lot of that just doing it live in the studio, okay? And just a fantastic album. And Dazed and Confused, that's the highlight of Zeppelin 1. The changes in it, and it's just something you crank it up if you listen to it, because you will love it. And a lot of people listening, leave your comments. This is the first show, and I forgot to turn my timer on, so I don't know. We're going to go about 15 minutes on this, about 15 minutes, and then after that, and again, we'll have much more for you, different bands in the future, and a lot of it's going to be what's your favorite album by this band, or favorite song, or the artwork. You might say, artwork was a big thing back in the when vinyl was around, and CDs for that matter. And now, I like to hold the album, and then open up the sleeve. Okay, it was recorded. Who are the musicians? Any studio musicians? Where was it recorded? And it was very personal. Now you don't get that with the online music stuff. You just don't have that personal touch to it. But anyway, it's a wrap of the first show. And again, I want to thank Elijah setting this up. Slinky over here. I have the Slink Dog. Gotta love Slinky. And there will be future shows in the future. And we'll take comments, of course, and you can comment after this video is down on your favorite Led Zeppelin album. And if there's something I don't know about Led Zeppelin, there's a lot I don't. Feel free to comment and say, hey, did you know that? Yeah, absolutely. Welcome all comments on the show. So as the first time doing this, it has been great. And again, it is called Licorice Pizza. Okay, the show, that's an old term that was used for vinyl many years ago. So hope you enjoyed the show. I'm just looking at a clock here because, okay, we're nearing about 14 minutes on this particular episode. But Zeppelin 1, I'll tell you, good times, bad times, that's what it starts with. Amazing drumming by John Bonham. And that was a total band effort. The drumming is just absolutely amazing on it. Jimmy Page, what can you say? He was a studio musician before going to Zeppelin. He's on many records that you'll hear, pop songs. Jimmy Page is playing the guitar on that. Said, I'd like to start a new band, and they recruited John Paul Jones, the bass player and keyboard player. He was also a studio guy back in the day. So that's it, and I hope you listen and watch the future shows. We'll be on. If Elijah could just say where you can check this out on.
Elijah Winfrey Studios on YouTube. You can also check us out on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Donnie Despaw going worldwide.
Yes, I am. I was going to say good evening or good morning, depending where you are in the world. All right, Elijah, thank you very much. And thank you. Hope to see you soon. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. Again, an old term used for vinyl back in the day. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to this video, okay? And yeah, tell your friends about it too and pass the word around. What do we got today? Well, let me see. You too. Yes. Oh, really? You too. Yes. We're talking about that band that came out many moons ago. Uh, and first of all, I'm going to start. I'm going to start with my favorite U2 album. Not start, but I'll get into that. What is my favorite album? Okay, first of all, to set that up, the first time I ever heard of U2 was back, I think it was 1983, MTV. Everybody watched music videos back then. This is at a time when they played music videos a lot. And the song was New Year's Day off the album War. Sunday, Bloody Sunday is another great song off that. But the video was U2. Never heard of this band. Never. And it's 1983. They're standing like in this meadow, 2 feet of snow. Four guys. Looks like they were very cold too. And they're playing the song New Year's Day. And I never heard guitar like this before, ever. The Edge, of course, the lead player for U2 is playing this. I say, who is this band? This is different. Love this song. I'm not going to buy the single. I'm buying the whole album, which I did. Okay. On to the next one, Unforgettable Fire, Pride in the Name of Love. That was a big hit for them. Their success was gradual. The first album, yeah. Then the second album, oh, more people. Now they're going top 40 a little bit. And let's get to the third, the album after Unforgettable Fire, The Joshua Tree. Oh my goodness. Summer of 1987. And I had to have this album. So I bought it, of course, and listened to it and just listened to it and listened to it. And one of my, the whole, the whole album's great. Now their big hits off that were With or Without You. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. And I do have some questions. I love the album cover, by the way. They were at that location, the Joshua Tree. That's a whole long story about that, but they were there. But that's the album that put them like over the top to superstardom. It really was. And our question is, favorite slice from the album? Where the Streets Have No Name. I gotta say that's my favorite song. If you watch the Super Bowl way back, tribute to 9/11, the song was incredibly moving with the names, and I can't even put it in words. The song with, like that video that they showed during the halftime of the Super Bowl, absolutely amazing. And the next question is, underrated slice from the album. I'm going to say Bullet the Blue Sky. It's the third track off side one, I believe. It doesn't get a lot of airplay, and it's a fantastic song. Maybe I'll go with two songs. In God's Country, another great song from that album, The Joshua Tree. There's others, but those are the two off that album. And they went from doing arenas with that album, then at stadiums. You know, and U2 probably didn't even realize back then just how big they would become, you know. And not to jump up several years, but another great album by the YouTube is Achtung Baby. If you listen to that, that came out, I believe, in 1990. And they had a couple of years there they weren't releasing anything. Then that album came out. But the Joshua Tree, yeah, that's it starts out with that haunting beginning where the streets have no names, or name, not names, plural, singular, have no name, and it just goes into that, the edge, that guitar playing. Invented a whole sound. It's all effects. A lot of his playing is just loaded with effects, and it works for that band. Um, Bono, he plays, he plays some guitar with the band, but heavy bass, guitar. Larry Mullins on drums, Adam Clayton bass. But the Joshua Tree, I think, from the first, like the album War comes out, the second album, Unforgettable Fire. Okay, I like both of them, but they became the material on the Joshua Tree. I think is just a cut above. Not that the other ones aren't great, but this album really stole the show. Still haven't found what I'm looking for. Of course, they did that video in Los Angeles, traffic in LA, hello, you know, and they had police out there directing traffic. They're doing that song on the roof of a building. I don't know what it was because of the Beatles concert on the Apple roof, legendary concert they did, the last time they ever played. So I think they had that in mind. I don't know for sure, but I know Bono and the band's big Beatles fans, so that might have been. But they filmed it like people, like the cops, police officers directing traffic. They were attracting a crowd, but that video is pretty cool, and that whole album's good from start to finish. And the next album they did was Rattle and Hum, which the cool thing about that album is it's such a cool thing that they did the studio versions live on Rattle and Hum, which is really different. And I went out and bought that on cassette. Remember those? Those things, cassettes, and it would get caught in your machine and you had to fix them. It was a lot of pressure in those days, folks. But yeah, those, again, I'm going to mention my favorite song off the Joshua Tree, Where the Streets Have No Name. Just haunting. That whole, especially the beginning, when you first hear that song, it's like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? You're anticipating what's next. With or Without You, another great heavy bass on that one. And of course, still haven't found what I'm looking for. Another outstanding song. And underrated slice from the album, Bullet the Blue Sky. Starts out on the drums. Larry Mullen does just an amazing drum part on that song. And that's off the Joshua Tree. Then Rattle and Hum after that, they do the live version where the crowd goes crazy. If you're a U2 fan, you know the songs. If you're not, and you listen to them once in a while, check out Bullet the Blue Sky for those of you who are on any music service and you can find it. I'm always looking for the next U2 album. What is it going to be? Because just a great band. And, back around 80, 81, and 1980, they were like broke tour. They were playing like little clubs in Montreal back in 1980. And then you go from 80 to 87, they were no longer doing small clubs, folks. And so there we go. That's the album pick of U2. Now you might have a favorite album. It could be War, Achtung Baby, Zoo. It could be any one of those albums, and that's fine too, because it's all perception. My favorite is the Joshua Tree, but I can't say that is the best one. To me it is, but to you it might be something else. But the Joshua Tree, just fantastic album. So the next time I'm on the radio, I'm going to play the whole album, side 1 and 2. I don't think that'd go over too well. Only kidding. That is another episode. And again, I want to remind you again to put a like to it, a comment, and subscribe, okay, to this. And leave a comment. I always love the comments about U2, different little tidbits that you know about the band, maybe I can use at a future date. And that is a wrap, and I'll see you soon. and welcome to episode 3 of Licorice Pizza. That's right. I'll remember the title in a couple years here. Oh my goodness. All right. So that's an old term, by the way, of vinyl. Okay. And the artist today, not a group. The artist today is the Garth Man. They call him the Garth Man. Garth Brooks. The album No Fences. There's so much I could talk about, but we'll get to that in another episode. But Garth Brooks, oh my goodness. And don't forget to put a like to and a comment and a share. They got that share button. Hit that too, okay? So we're going to talk about the album No Fences. After his debut, he had 3 singles off that. The Dance, Much Too Old to Be This Damn Young or something like that. That was his first single, by the way. And If Tomorrow Never Comes. Great stuff by Garth. And then, he's what you call like average big at that time, a big star, or getting there. Now he became a big star, huge star, with how many hits did he have? I'm guessing, folks, I'm going to say he had 5 singles off No Fences. So the first order of business, the whole album's great, by the way. And what is your favorite slice from this album? I don't even have to think about it. Unanswered Prayers. Just the meaning behind the song makes you think. So when I listened to the song, I said, man, we pray about stuff and it doesn't get an answer. But maybe if you had your way and it wouldn't have worked out so good. Like getting a flat tire in your car, which happened to me about that same time. Was going to go to Watertown, let's go to the mall for the day and do flat tire, no go. So I thought about that song, Unanswered Prayers, and I said, okay. No, it's okay, it's fine, So Unanswered Prayers is my favorite cut from that album. That's the album Garth Brooks started to just rise up there. I mean, by the time that album was recorded, he was pretty much superstar status. Now, not off topic, but Rope in the Wind came out, and then he was like way over the top. It debuted at #1 on the pop charts. That means it didn't climb the charts. And the pop and country debuted #1. I'm looking at that back in 92. Said I've never seen anything like this. But back to No Fences. The other question I have sent to me on underrated slice from that album. I think the song A New Way to Fly. There's actually 2 I could put there that are close. A song called Wolves, about the American farmer losing his livelihood and land. They know Willie started Farm Aid and stuff, and that song is, if you ever get a chance to listen to it, it is called Wolves. The wolves at the door. So a generation spent in a house, and all of a sudden you got to sell it. Just heartbreaking stuff. But New Way to Fly, that's a song about drug use, and I would say he never released that as a single off that particular CD at the time. But New Way to Fly, there are new ways to fly, and it's not that way, if you know what I mean. So I would say that's an underrated slice from that CD. But the story I have quickly, seeing Garth, what year was it? 95 or 96. I'm with friends, and back then it was not the Canadian Tire Center. It's packed, and we're sitting there. And there's like the stage, you're looking at the stage, there's like nothing on the stage. I said, are you sure Garth Brooks is going to appear here? He said, he's got to be. Nothing, folks. And the stage, rises up from the bottom. And he goes in, the crowd goes crazy. And we stayed at I'm not going to mention we stayed at a hotel in Ottawa. And there's a guy sitting next to us, and he said, how did you like the show? I said, it was amazing. And he introduced himself as the bus driver for Garth Brooks, and I'm thinking, yeah, sure, you know. He said, well, you know, he said, really? I said, was there any chance? I can't remember if I asked if we could go see the bus or just go on the bus just for a little bit, or he invited us. I'm not sure. But anyway, we could see. I knew Garth was at the hotel because I saw a line of buses. Now nobody's got a line of 6 buses there like that. But we left the dining area where we had breakfast at the hotel and walked in the parking lot, and that was Garth's bus. Believe me, when I walked into it, they were having bus trouble and they were delayed. They were supposed to be gone. They needed a part for the bus, and something was wrong. And he said, but Garth was already gone, so I'm told. I wanted to meet that guy bad. So anyway, yeah, he was gone. So we got the tour of the bus. Incredible, really incredible. Got to look at it, and just absolutely gorgeous bus. And I know at that time he had his mother um, had her own bus with a driver, and his kids, I believe, they were in the band. When I went to the hotel, they're all out swimming in the swimming pool, and I knew after seeing the buses walking down the hall, looking out the window, I think I know who's here. But I said, you know what? I'm not going to bother them. They're busy. So we just looked out, and there they were, swimming in the pool, getting ready for the show in Ottawa. And one other thing I'll mention, something I think when certain artists have an ability to wrap a crowd in their hands, nobody's better at that than Garth Brooks. There was a girl with a boombox, barefoot, a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, walking beside our car because of the traffic and stuff. And I rolled down the window. I said, how did you like the show? She said, it just made my day. It made my life. Wow. When somebody's got that kind of power during a concert where you can change somebody's life, and she had Garth on that old 80s boombox. I don't know who she was, nothing about her, but that stuck with me all these years later. If you can do something like that, how it must feel to actually change somebody, make somebody's day or week or life. To her, it was her life, and I'm sure she's still a Garth fan, you know. And but that was pretty profound. That really affected me. So, with that being said, that's our episode on Garth Brooks. My favorite Garth Brooks album, No Fences. And I'm sure everybody's got their favorite Garth song and album, CD or whatever. You know, it's hard to. What do you say today? Album, CD, or you know, online. You know. Anyway, that is. I hope you enjoy this too. And again, if you like it, I hope you like it. Put a like, comment, and subscribe to this. And by all means, leave a comment if you've seen Garth live, because I know he was in Montreal too about a couple years later, Montreal and Ottawa again. So if you have a Garth story, yeah, post it on here. That is another episode, and I will see you soon. Welcome, everybody. Yes, another episode, a new episode. I can't say the first one. We did that a while back. So, again, put a like, comment, and subscribe to this. Who am I going to talk about today? Well, to a lot of people, you might not know the name. He's like an iconic. And I mean, when I say icon in Australia, he's an icon in Australia. They say he's probably the only human being to ever walked on water, really. I mean, he's that big in Australia. John Farnham. John Farnham. He had a tremendous career in Australia back in the 60s with his first hit ever, Sadie the Cleaning Lady. You're saying, what, Don? To say? Yes. Sadie the Cleaning Lady, and went on to, very successful in the 60s, early 70s. Then kind of had a lull, he kind of went down a little bit. And then this group, you might have heard of this band, the Little River Band. Yeah, had a lot of hits here. They're from Australian band. A lot of hits here in America. And their original lead singer, Glenn Sharrock, left the band, Little River Band. And so who are we going to get? Well, Graham Goebel, the head of the Little River Band, said, why John Farnham come aboard? So 1982 was the year that Little River Band has a new singer. And being a huge Little River Band fan that I am, I got to be honest, I wasn't keen of it. I said, they got a new singer. Oh man, no, Glenn Sharrock. Glenn Sharrock's great. Love Glenn Sharrock. Met him actually backstage. Oh, back 91, 92, the State Fair in Syracuse. Got to hang out with the band actually. But anyway, John Farnham, he joined Little River Band 1982. So that gave him exposure here in the United States. With the other guy, that was a hit, Little River Band. That was his debut. And then the next, in 1983, I could talk about this concert for an hour, which I'm not going to do, but HBO. Homebox, that's right, HBO. I'm looking at the TV guide back then, that's what they called it, Little River Band Live, 1983. Okay. And they played it for several weeks in the summer of 83. And they played it in 1984, popular demand. Then again, 1985. If you've never seen this concert, the concert actually was like 2 hours and 20 minutes, but HBO, editing, it's edited down to an hour, but it is absolutely amazing. Show harmony, musicianship, John Farnham's voice, they call him the voice. He literally is one of the greatest singers the world's ever known. And the thing with the Little River Band, when he joined, their sound started to change a little bit, almost becoming progressive rock by 1984. And it just didn't sell like the hits. They weren't, their sound had changed. And No Rains from 86 came out. And I loved the album, but it wasn't really commercially successful. John Farnham said left the Little River Band 86 and said, wow, I said, okay, here I am, single artist. I'm going to come out with, he started recording an album called Whispering Jack. Now, Australia doesn't have a lot of people. I'll be able to talk sooner or later here. Doesn't have a lot of people. At 28 million for a whole country that size, not a lot. And back then, in this album, say 1987, probably less than that. And he recorded it. I think, I'm not going to mention the price, a lot of money to record this particular album. And everything's on the line with John Farnham. He said, this has got to go. We've sunk our life into this, savings, everything depends on this one album. That's pressure, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of pressure. So that's what happened. And it came out and it sold right off the bat. It started selling with You're the Voice. It's an international anthem. It's kind of the anthem of Australia. Because what's the Coldplay? That's the band that John Farnham did that song with in Australia. And Coldplay introduced John Farnham to sing the Australian national anthem. It might as well be. Huge song. And that took John Farnham I think so far it has sold 1.7 million records. That's still a lot for even selling in the U.S. And then when he toured, it was he just toured Australia. That's the only country he toured. And it was like number 6 or 7 of the grossing the most money of any tour in the world by any band, any singer. So yeah, John Farnham, an absolute, his voice. I go back to the Little River Band on HBO, and I did mail a couple of back in the day. People when I was on, there was no Facebook back then. I don't know how it happened, but I did mail some copies of that because I did record that on a Beta. Remember Betamax? Yeah, it was on the last time in '85. That's when I recorded it, and I still have that. I have that on DVD. Fantastic concert. If you ever want to sit down, make sure you crank it. This one of the most beautiful songs starts out the concert with "Please Don't Ask Me." It's a ballad with the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. On YouTube, you can find Little River Band rehearsing that song, getting ready for the HBO concert. Absolutely, I got chills just thinking about it. This song is, if you ever wanted to do a tribute to your family, your wife, or your country, that song is like, wow, man. It just, amazing vocals John Farnham did on it. I know the lead singer for Journey now. I can't remember his first name. That he was singing that song on YouTube, and the members of Journey, I hope I'm right here, paraphrasing. Oh, anyway, I think they heard him singing it, and he got the lead singing part for Journey. He became the lead singer of Journey. But I can't say enough about the song. It's an amazing song, written by Graham Goebel. And yeah, if you ever see that concert, Little River Band live in Melbourne, Australia, with the orchestra, they had the orchestra there in the pit. Amazing concert. So anyway, John Farnham had that album out, Whispering Jack, his debut after Little River Band. Age of Reason, yes, '88. That album came out, and absolutely fantastic album. Two Strong Hearts was released off that. And the thing about John Farnham, he had chances by different very popular artists here. They say, John, they'd go and tour Australia, then they'd say, well, come over to America. And John refused. He just did not want to come over to LA and get into the music business. He was with Little River Band 4 years. That was enough for him. Loves Australia. He's an Australian right to the core, John Farnham. So, yeah, Age of Reason. And the next question is favorite slice from Whispering Jack album. I'm going to say a song that wasn't released, I don't believe, as a single. Touch of Paradise, ballad. Touch of Paradise. And You're the Voice, of course. Great song, but I've heard it like 1,000 million times. Now, Pressure Down, another great tune. And I would say, too, underrated slice from the album would be Touch of Paradise. Everybody plays You're the Voice all the time. Pressure Down, Touch of Paradise, they don't seem to play that one. But yeah, fantastic song. And Romeo's Heart was another one he released a little bit after Age of Reason. Romeo's Heart, then Burn for You, another, yeah, great song that he wrote about his wife Jill, about being on the road like he was, just concert after concert after concert on the road, recording. And you don't have a lot of time to spend with your family. And that Burn for You, yeah, great song. And I've got a lot of concerts by John Farnham. I have one called The Main Event with Olivia Newton-John, because she's Australian, and they were, before she passed away, they were great friends, John Farnham. And it's about a 3-hour concert. And who's the other opera singer that was on stage with them? They did a lot of Olivia's song, John Farnham's song, with the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. It is start to finish. They do all the soundtrack from Grease, the whole soundtrack, John Farnham and live. And I'm telling you, it is absolutely amazing. Amazing show. And I've got that on DVD because, now here's the because. When you buy DVDs in Australia, and I ordered them from Australia, that's how much of a fan I am. You just can't pop a DVD in from Australia or England for that matter. They're different and play them in your average DVD player that you buy here in the States. It's different. One's in one format, the other's in a different format. It won't play. So I bought in a special outlet. You need AC to go in to your outlet. It's an adapter. So I had a Australian made. I had a DVD player to play these in, and then I would have it converted over to our format. Does that make sense to you? It gets confusing. But yeah, if you bring those Australia, I can play them. I was sadly mistaken. No, and I was disappointed. I was disappointed. Can't remember what they call them. There's two different formats. But I would order them from Australia, and the CDs. I would order them from Australia. It only took about a year to get. No, they didn't take that long, maybe 2 weeks. And yeah, I've got many of his concerts. I just got to dig them up. Everything's in storage. But one of these days, I will dig those up. John Farnham. I can't say enough about the guys who say, John Farnham, oh my God. But I've friends of mine that I've shown this to afterwards become huge John Farnham fans, and the HBO concert. Absolutely amazing. That was my introduction to John Farnham back in '83. When I first saw this on HBO, I was upset. You know, he's just joined the Little River Band. It won't be the same anymore, and it was just fantastic concert. You know, the Little River Band, just a great group musically. And John Farnham recently, just say maybe 4 months ago, had a growth. It was a 7-hour operation, close to it, on his throat. And this guy was at 70 years old, 72, was sounding amazing still. So I don't know the status. I know he made it through the operation with flying colors and is resting now. And, you know, it's going to take a while to recover. As far as singing, I don't know, so I can't say. But I just hope he can, you know, get back at singing again. You know, that was that growth. It was a very serious operation. So there we go. And that's, I'm trying to see, but did I forget anything? Probably. Okay, again, folks, if you could like, comment, and subscribe. I guess it's good for the algorithms, you know. So if you could do that, it would be great. Algorithms, yeah, that's what they say. I kind of know what it means now, but anyway, I will see you next time. Be good, and that's my take on John Farnham, and we'll see you next time. And good evening, everybody. It is time for Licorice Pizza. Again, that's right. I hope you're having a great evening. And this is the show you never know what I'm going to say next. Like this. I've got something very important I'm doing later. And he's the best kangaroo on the planet, Kangaroo Jack. All right. Now let's get down to business. I had a request. To talk about from Rob. I'll let Rob know. Check in. He said, "How about Alabama? You know, not the first Alabama album, but the fourth Alabama album. My home's in Alabama, and that's a band that what can you say? You know, it's like I remember friends back in the day. Oh my God, Nani, that's all you hear is Alabama. I know, and everything they do is number one. But They did have 2 number ones off their 4th album, My Home's in Alabama. How did I become familiar with Alabama? It was 1980. And I don't know, it wasn't the Grammys, any of those shows. It was maybe a talk show. And these guys came on, and I was there, the TV's on, you know, with the little speaker there, you can barely. And they came on and did My Home's in Alabama, title track to the album, obviously. And I said, look at those guys. You know, there's 3 guitars on stage, all electric. The drummer, great drummer. And I said, wow, that reminds me of another band that came out in '64. Yeah, called the Beatles, you know. So I'll get to that in just a second. But Alabama, you know, there were some great groups, country groups, mainly country, Statler Brothers, Oak Ridge Boys, Larry Gatlin, the Gatlin Brothers, a little bit later on. And but Alabama were a little different. You know, they all have the electric guitars, the kind of scruffy hair. Randy Owen, of course, the lead singer from Alabama. They had a sound, great harmony, great singing, music, and great writing. What can you say about their writing? My goodness. But the 2 number 1 songs off that album, My Home's in Alabama, Tennessee River and Why Lady Why, and those 2, and the rest is history. After that album came out, they were a household name, Alabama. Never forget that show, and they just set a precedent for if they influenced so many other bands that came after them. I wish I knew more names of these bands. Of course, Diamond Rio, Shenandoah. What are some of the Boy Howdy? You remember those guys from the early 1990s? And there's more. And after that, of course, Rascal Flatts. All these groups. It was Alabama to me that kind of opened the door for all these other bands. You know, that, hey, you know, we can do this too. Yeah, a lot of bands did. And like Shenandoah, of course, Diamond Rio, huge band in the, I would say they're mainly a 90s band, but Alabama go back to even before 1980. You know, they can probably go back to the, you know, early 70s, mid 70s, really. And it takes bands that long to really make it in the business. And it did that because that 4th album, man, that was it. And they were on their way. And of course, if any of you listening to this broadcast maybe have seen them live, they were in Lake Placid back early 1980s, I believe. They did a show there and sold out. I think they sold out. If they didn't, there's something wrong. But anyway, yeah, then they came out with all these other albums, Mountain Music, High Cotton, of course. Remember the one from '92? Yeah, there's an example. Crossover. They weren't just country. I think they became more pop in the late '80s with I'm in a Hurry and Don't Know Why. Sounds like a lot of people's lives, right? Especially today. And first of all, we're gonna yeah, their comparison to like what the Beatles did in '64, right, where there was all these singing groups, but the electric guitars, the hair, you know, all that stuff, different. And Alabama was different. And like I say, the floodgates opened when they came around. Now we're going to talk about Underrated Slice. Underrated song, I would say, and what a beautiful song it is. Lady Down on Love. That's a ballad, very slow song. It's a ballad, great tune. And if I had to say, my favorite Slice would be Forever Is As Far As I'll Go. That one, I believe, was '94. Another great song. If you've never heard Forever Is As Far As I'll Go, listen to it. It is just a killer song. And Lady Down on Love, another one. Great song. They performed that, I believe, around '83, '84 in the Grammy Awards. And I never forget watching. I said, oh my God, they're doing this live. And it was absolutely amazing. So Alabama, yes, my home's in Alabama. And if you're, Alabama fan, hey, you know. And another thing I was mentioned before I leave, if you have something or a group or a singer, You want on the Licorice Pizza program? Hey, we'll do that, and that's the whole reason I do this. So there you have it. Now, I think that will end that. But if you've never end this program, I should say, if you've never heard that album, not just the number one singles off it, but just the whole album. I love the singles. Don't get me wrong. Everything back in the '60s, that was the single. But I like the whole album thing. Okay, they're not going to release obviously every song off the album, but yeah, there's some great tunes that were never released, and a lot of work go into these recordings. So that'll be it for that. Now, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to this broadcast. That would be very helpful. Have yourself a great rest of your night, and I'll see you next week. And good evening, everyone. Another edition of Licorice Pizza for you. And who do we have today? Well, let's see. I'm not going to keep you in suspense. It will be Huey Lewis and the News, and mainly their album Sports. We'll be talking about a phenomenal album by Huey Lewis in the News that was released back in September of 1983. Hard to believe. And into 84, they rode that wave there for 83, 84, 85, of course. And the album Sports, which changed their life forever. And it was a pleasure to listen to that whole album. Absolutely amazing album. I went to the store looking for it, and sometimes they just wouldn't have the record. It would sell out because I waited too long. So I said, okay, I'll get it on cassette. And then your cassette player eats the tape, you know. What can you say? So let's talk about Sports. And some of the singles, well, some of them, all of them actually, five singles. That's kind of unheard of in music. Only a few people can do that. Michael Jackson did it, and a few other people I can't think of right now, but that's a rarity. 5 singles, because they were on that roll. It's like a bit like a small snowball, right? The first hit, then it gradually keeps getting bigger. So the record company says, "Hey, let's release another single. Why not?" So let me go through those. Let me go through those singles. The Heart of Rock and Roll. That's one of those songs. A lot of bands still do that. Great dance song. Great dance song. Walking on a Thin Line. Another great tune. If This Is It. That's the video that MTV used to play all the time back in the day. Just where Huey Lewis is walking on the beach, and he hated doing that video. He said, "I'm so embarrassed. I don't like this. Don't like doing that video." Everything was a video back then. In those days, Heart and Soul. That's another one. That's another great song. They're not. How do you put them in a category? Great pop band, but they could make it harder too on stage. You know, kind of hard rock. We used to call it hard rock back in the day. Also, I Want a New Drug. There you go. They would do that. I saw them do that live. That was released, and it's like, that's another great tune. 5 singles off one album, Sports. And so the people that do have the vinyl, hang on to that, will you? Really, it's one of their, they sold, triple platinum over and over. That was number one several weeks. 5 singles, and they basically from like September, October of 83 up until 86 were just riding high on that album. um, sports. And yeah, they could afford to buy all kinds of boats and sporting equipment after that album came out. Amazing 5 singles, folks. And before that, to set sports up, the album was Picture This. Do You Believe in Love? Remember that tune? That was on MTV. The video played it quite a bit. And but they couldn't have guessed or realized what was coming next. I'd love to see that with groups, those success stories that just knock it right out of the park. So those are the 5 singles, and I'm going to go through quickly Huey Lewis and the News albums, okay? And then when you leave a comment, tell me what's your favorite Huey Lewis and the News album. Of course, Huey Lewis and the News from 1980 didn't get much airplay. That was a tough time for them. And Picture This started to get a little airplay. MTV, that's not bad, is it? And then Sports came out, and that changed everything. Then the fourth album, some massive hits off that. Hip to Be Square, Stuck With You. That's the one. That's still another one that was off that album. And Jacob's Ladder, I believe, was off that too. That was a number 1. Jacob's Ladder. Number 4, or the album 4, Small World, Hard at Play, 1991. 4 chords and several years ago. I love that title. If there's a great title of any of their albums, that's it. 4 chords and several years ago. Which basically, we're going to do some classic covers of some old material. And Plan B, Soulsville, that was another album they released. And Weather was from 2020, for Huey Lewis and the News. But again, if you have a favorite Huey Lewis and the News album, not necessarily have to be the single, but just the album, let me know. Leave it in the comments. Appreciate that. My favorite Huey Lewis and the News album. Now, I'm still going with Sports. Yeah, I just, and fine line between some of them. I thought Small World was a great album. That album, Small World's a different kind of sound to Huey Lewis, because they just didn't want to sound the same, the cookie cutter, just all sound. But Small World was definitely a change for them. And again, we're going to go to this, one of my favorite parts of the program is underrated slice for a song. Underrated slice, Bad is Bad. They never released it as a single. They play it at every show they do. You will hear them play that. The musicians get up on the microphone and the drummer's keeping it going, and they sing some amazing vocals during that. And my favorite slice, oh boy, favorite slice for Huey Lewis and the News. I'm going to say I Want a New Drug. People are going to say, really? Yep. Oh yeah. That's just kicking. That is just love the way that starts out with the guitar and stuff. So that is. And what's your underrated slice? What's your favorite slice? And also, what's your favorite album that they ever released? Just leave me a comment. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And that is it. I'll see you next week. Well, good evening, everyone. It is time for Licorice Pizza. That's right. And of course, Don Despaw. I'm your host today, or this evening, I should say. Oh, yeah. What are you say? Well, Donnie, get to the point. What are you going to talk? Genesis. Genesis. Yeah, the band Genesis. I'm going to go and pick my 5 favorite albums by this band. Number 5, number 4, number 3, and number 2, and number 1. My favorites. Now yours might be completely different, and to me, these are my 5. You can almost do 10. I decided to narrow it down and just do 5. They released so many great albums. And it's a fine line between some of them. There's I don't know. I had to kind of think about it, and but made my choice. Genesis, great band, of course. Got their start around 1968, and their first album, 69, was it 68, 69? From Genesis to Revelation, makes sense, right? I like that title. Not my favorite Genesis album. That was one that oh, that was an album. They're trying to find their sound. They just weren't there yet, you know. Genesis had a unique sound with Peter Gabriel back in that time period, early 70s. So, drum roll, please. So I don't have a snare drum with me. All right. Anyway, number 5. Uh, I love the album Trick of the Tail. This was the last album that Peter Gabriel was involved with as the lead singer of Genesis. And a lot of fans says, no, you can't quit. He left Genesis. And then they went to find their next lead singer and auditioned like 100 people for the job. All that work. And then they said, Phil, why don't you? I said, I'll try it. Yeah, he tried it. He's in. He got the job, rightly so. All right, Peter Gabriel, left the band Genesis, Trick of the Tail album. They released 2 albums, by the way, 1976. The other album, great album, another great one, Wind and Withering. That's a great album. It wasn't on my top 5, but it's still a very, very solid album. And then Steve Hackett, great guitar player, he left the band after, I believe, recording on that particular album. Then he left, Steve Hackett. At number 4, Foxtrot. Great album, 1972 by Genesis 2. And again, this is in their period of progressive rock. You know, like bands like Yes, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Rush would be, progressive rock. But I digress. Foxtrot, 1972, just not a bad song on that album at all. Not a bad tune at all on that record. And let me see. Number 3, I am gonna go with Abacab. People are saying, you're saying what? Yeah, Abacab. Love this album. 1981. I think it was a huge breakthrough year for Genesis because the Phil Collins album Face Value that came out. I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight, 1981, and they were released, I believe, exactly the same time in 1981, or pretty close. That year, that was a hit. Feel It in the Air Tonight. Abacab, No Reply at All is off that album. That was a hit, and they started really to climb, commercially becoming more successful, more radio friendly, you might say. But Abacab, I love that album, Abacab. And that was my number 3. And my number 2, well, let's see what we have. The number 2 album for me would be The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Fantastic album. Considered by a lot of Genesis fans as their favorite album. Fly in a Windshield, great tune off that. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Cuckoo Cocoon. That's another great, In the Cage, another great song. Yeah, really solid album. Love that particular double album, I believe it was, back in the day. And that was number 2. So, number 1, here we go. Drum roll, please, again. Selling England by the Pound, 1973. Love that album. Selling England by the Pound. Genesis. Cinema Show. Yep, great song. Fifth of Fifth. Was that? Yeah, that was off that one too. Yeah, that's That's an album you just it's not kind of it's not dance music at all. Progressive, right? You just have to kind of chill, relax, turn it up, and just listen to the whole album. It's great. But that's my number one album of Genesis. Some worthy mentions: Duke, solid album by Genesis as well. And then there were three. I think that's a good album as well. And yeah, Wind and Withering also very good album. Calling All Stations. Yeah, that was what 91, 92. We're in that time period too. They were still popular in the early 90s. Genesis, what a career. I think about how many decades this band had. And the really the thing about Genesis, they all became very successful. Some more so commercially successful, like Phil Collins off the chart as a solo artist from that band. Peter Gabriel, very successful. Just an amazing performer, singer in his own right. His solo stuff is just crazy good. It's amazing. And Phil Collins' career during the mid 1980s, 85. No Jack. I'll do a show on Phil Collins, so I don't want to say too much about Phil Collins, but No Jacket Required. I mean, you couldn't turn on the radio back in the mid 80s and not hear that stuff. Unbelievable. Mike and the Mechanics, Mike Rutherford, who was with the band about right from the beginning, and had Mike and the Mechanics, another very successful band. And Tony Banks, of course, he wrote some soundtracks for movies, did the music there, producing some albums and all. And Steve Hackett had a good career as well, and yeah, all of them. I mean, a pretty amazing group. And that is about it. I could go on and on and on about Genesis, but I think the main thing about that band is their progressive side of their progressive side in the 1970s. Mainly the early 70s, progressive rock, and I think the change came, and then there were three with Follow You, Follow Me. I think that's when the songs became a little bit shorter, and that was a single, and they started, like I say, becoming radio friendly, and on the top 40, and then Duke came out, Turn Me On Again, and or Turn It On Again, I believe the name of that song. Boy, it's hard to remember all that stuff, but that was off Duke, that album Duke from '79. Hit after hit after hit after hit. Phil Collins, same way, yeah, and you knew they were just, Invisible Touch, too. We'll mention that album from Genesis. Very successful. This thing, I'm trying to think, that might have been their most successful album. I think it was. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was their Invisible Touch, great single. And what else? Oh, they had so many tunes off that thing. That 1986 it was. Now we get to the part where one of my favorite parts of doing this is what is your favorite slice, underrated slice of a song? Well, I would say Cinema Show. A lot of people that are started listening to Genesis, say in 1981, might not have ever heard the album Selling England by the Pound. Cinema Show is off that album. It's it's just a great tune. I think that's a very underrated slice right there. Yeah, absolutely. And my favorite slice, yes, same song, The Cinema Show by Genesis. And that's just a fantastic album. Great song. And that will do it. That will do it for this edition of Licorice Pizza. Hope you enjoyed the show. Genesis was our artist for this particular program. And don't forget, folks, to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, so until next time, we'll see you. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. I'm your host, Don Despaw. And what band do we have today? Yeah, you might have heard of them. Yeah, Supertramp. A lot of Supertramp fans out there. And yeah, they what another band that's an amazing career from that group. They've been around since like 69, 70. Again, they just didn't come out with Breakfast in America right off the bat. Took them a while, a couple albums before their masterpiece, Crime of the Century. Uh, anyway, I am going to go 6 albums this time. I know the last time with Genesis it was my top 5. I just couldn't do it with Supertramp. I said, I don't know why. I got to. Oh, this album. Yeah, I got to mention this one too. So we'll go with number 6 from 1985. Uh, this is after Roger Hoskins left Supertramp, and Rick Davies was pretty responsible for a lot of that, the sound of that particular album. Brother, Where You Bound? Okay, that is. It was it was on the dark side, that album. There's really nothing on it that was uh, commercial at all. Maybe Cannonball's the only tune off that might have, I think they might have released that as a single off the album, but it was purely for just sitting down. It's a concept album, really concept album. That would be my number 6 album. And side note, the great David Gilmour. Excuse me. I'm thinking about the late Gary Moore. No, David Gilmour, Pink Floyd player, of course, amazing guitar player. He plays on that album, David Gilmour. But yeah, I love that album. Some people probably, it's, but yeah, Brother, Where You Bound from 1985. Now we're going to go to number 5 album. A lot of people, they just didn't like this particular album. 1982, the last Supertramp album with Roger Hodgkin. But he was an amazing writer. The album was called Famous Last Words. 1982, and their hit off that was "It's Raining Again." Da, da. That was it was a pop hit off that particular album. That grew on me. I didn't at first. I said, "Oh man, I don't know. Let's do it again. Let's play it again." And again, it slowly grew on me. And at first, I didn't think it was a very strong album, but again, yeah, I began to like it more and more and more. And Famous Last Words. And what makes this album obviously important um, is Roger Hoskin, being on it. That was his last album recorded with Supertramp. I think they did some dates in '83. He was still with the band then, but there was no new album with him in it or in the band actually. And yeah, but number 3. Love this album. My goodness. So every song off this is great. The single probably give a little bit off that. Even in the quietest moments, that album, great cover. They have the grand piano in the Swiss Alps or wherever it is on the album cover. Great cover. One of these days, folks, I'm going to do a show just in your favorite album covers. And there's been many, many. Oh my goodness! And this is one of them. This is this album, and the music on it matches the cover. Just fantastic, fantastic album. Even in the quietest moments, and it seemed like they were getting more popular, bigger following during the recording or during the release of this album. Yeah, a lot of people, man, you heard this, give it a little bit, all the time on the radio. And coming in at number 2, Oh boy, what? And this just, they had peaked in 1980 or 1979. They had peaked with Breakfast in America. Goodbye Strangers off that. The Logical song is off that. Take the Long Way Home. That's off that album as well. Man, that went number one for weeks and weeks, and they had reached their top of the mountain with that one for sure. 1979, great album. And another, again, I mentioned the album cover. Great album cover. You know, you had the waitress there with the the Breakfast in America, New York City in the background. Great album cover. Great songs on this. Not a bad song on that whole album. And we will chime in at number one, my favorite, and it has been for years and years. Oh boy, Crime of the Century. Can't I love the recording of that. 1974, amazing recording. It's just punchy. It's just a great, amazing recording, and every song off that, out of this world. Rudy, one of my favorite tunes off that album. They're all like my favorite. Streamer, School, Asylum, um, yeah, Crime of the Century, 1974. And just an amazing album. The song Rudy, I'm trying to think what. I don't know offhand how, if that charted or how far that went up the charts. I am not sure. But Crime of the Century, let me forget about it. It's classic, and a lot of really, diehard Supertramp fans. That's their album, my album for sure. That's yeah, number one. There's uh, there's no fine line between number one and two. That's all. Although the top five's great, but that album, yeah, amazing. I think the members of the band, or some of the members, said, yeah, they think that was their best album. Is Crime of the Century. Which one can I mention here? I am just okay. Well, okay. I wasn't going to mention this, but I think I got time to. Free as a Bird album, 1987. The song "Free as a Bird" off that. Love that tune. That's the only. I mean, but that album just to me just didn't do it. 1987. It just, I don't know. I bought the cassette. It's okay, but to Supertramp standards, that what they've come out with in the past, no. It just didn't happen. And that is it. That's now we get to the one of my favorite part, or my favorite part of the program. I like the overrated slice, and not overrated slice. I shouldn't say that. What am I talking about here? Favorite slice and underrated slice. Now, favorite slice, favorite song by Supertramp is Fool's Overture. All 10 minutes and something of it, off even in the quietest moments. Great song, and it's an overture, a Fool's Overture. It's hard to explain the song. You'd have to listen to it, and it's got a little voice. I don't know if actually that's Winston Churchill's voice there, or somebody imitating him. I am not sure. One of these episodes, I will tell you. I'll just do a little research and find out. But yeah, that is my underrated slice. Definitely that song, "Fool's Overture," and my favorite song that they ever did. An absolute masterpiece. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, something long, and that is that, man. That song is absolutely just a great song. "Fool's Overture." If you're a Supertramp fan, check that song out. You will love it. And folks, that is going to be it for this edition of Licorice Pizza. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Until next time, we'll see you. And welcome to another broadcast of Licorice Pizza. And you're asking, okay, Don, get to it. Who do we have today? Well, we have the band Boston. The band Boston. Boston, great city. A lot of history there. A lot of history with the band Boston, too, as well. We'll talk about them. My 5 favorite albums by Boston. I won't be doing that this time. I'm just going to go with. I'm going to go with 3. Just three of my favorite albums. They released 6 studio albums, so it's not like it's a band that's been around for like decades and decades and didn't release a lot of albums. Oh, thinking about other things, but I got to get my mind to Boston. All right, that's kind of an inside joke there. Anyway, we're going to start with Boston. My favorite albums by Boston. First of all, the debut album. Man, what can you say about that? It came out in August or September of 1976, and just exploded, man. Then it went into the summer of '77. It was still extremely popular. Album ahead of its time. That's one album that still today, listening to it, still sounds absolutely fantastic. It is. It's a killer album. It really is, man. You have to crank that up. That album. You can't just turn. No, you turn it up. We'll the song list on this. Let's go through that. First of all, the songs off their debut album, "More Than a Feeling." Love the song, but radio just plays it. It's like tenderizing meat. You just hammer that thing over and over, and it's a great song. But my goodness, enough, really. And no, I love the song, but people, they love songs and they say, you know what? The last 2 years I've heard it so much I can't stand it now. That's not fair to the band. I know you're giving it more airplay, but my goodness, it is like tenderizing meat. You just beat that thing. Oh my lord! All right, I'm off my tirade here. Uh, so anyway, no, I'm serious. I had to say that. All right, yeah, "More Than a Feeling." You've all heard it, I'm sure. I love the song. I still do. I don't love it anymore. I kind of like it. Probably after I hear it another 1,000 times, I probably will hate it. Anyway, "Hitch a Ride" off that album. Another great song by Boston. "Hitch a Ride." "Let Me Take You Home Tonight." Oh yeah, rock and roll band. That's when they talk about there was just a band from Boston, and that's the title track off that album. First track is a rock and roll band. "Foreplay Long Time." What a beginning of a song. And that song, ladies and gentlemen, started in 1969. Tom Schultz started kind of working on these experimental things. And it took that long, and that's, "Foreplay Long Time." This album was years in the making, and I think maybe that's why it's so great. And then "Something About You." And if you're going to have a party, right? You're having adult beverages, turn up the music. The song's smoking. It is smoking. It's smoking. Just crank it up. A killer song. And "Peace of Mind." Another just fantastic song. Favorite album by Boston? Yeah, definitely their debut. I think most people, that's Boston, their favorite album by Boston. Every song is just fantastic on that album. Then one of the things, if you were a lot of you folks might not have been around way back, to 1976, 7, but working in radio in '77, I remember the Boston album being out for a year, in the anticipation for their second album. People were mad. God, when's that going to come out? They got to release an album. And yeah, they did like a year and a half after their debut. And a lot of people were disappointed in their second album, "Don't Look Back." That's a great album. Yeah, that's a great album. The first one is greater. How do you top their first album? They were kind of like, how do you top that? You can't. I mean, it's a great album. The second one, "Don't Look Back," but The first one is just so over the top great. That first Boston album, yep. Don't Look Back on the second one. Party, another great song. Used to Bad News. Any of you get used to bad news? Yeah. The Journey, Feeling Satisfied, another great tune. Off the second Boston album. Well, it was 77 or 78 that came out. 78, I believe. And then what did Boston do in typical Boston form? They wait 8 years before their next album. Seriously. They said, Boston, it's only been like 7, 8 years, guys. It's time for a new album. So their third album came out. Third Stage, it's called. They got that great spaceship on the cover of it. Great spaceship. I love album covers. That's phenomenal album cover. And what do? Score a #1 song. That album came out in 1986. Amanda. Nice ballad, great ballad. Amanda, and that whole album's pretty strong. Very strong, actually. That's really a fine album. I don't think it's quite as good as the first or second one, but still a good album. Then they had, after that, the album Corporate America. It's okay, you know. And of course, Brad Delp, of course, passed away several years ago. And Boston, don't know if they'll ever, I have no idea. But they leave a legacy and some great music behind for sure. What is my favorite slice from Boston? Foreplay, Long Time, off their debut album. Underrated Boston song. Ooh, that's, man. It would have to be off the debut album too.
More Than a Feeling.
More Than a Feeling. That's underrated. Actually, my Smoking. I'll go Smoking off the first album. Underrated Slice. Yeah, that's just a great song. Yeah, so that you'll hear it tomorrow. Believe me, More Than a Feeling. Somewhere, somehow, you will hear that song. Anyway, that is Boston. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, Licorice Pizza. And don't forget, Licorice Pizza t-shirts are available right now. Small through to 6X. Okay, so sizes, all of them. So that is great news. Now we've got the t-shirts going on, which is great. So yeah, just order it. And details, probably check on the Facebook page, or the site. And a lot of times, one site will direct you to the next site. Okay, the way it's set up. And like, comment again, subscribe. Licorice Pizza again. It's been a pleasure. Boston, yes, do listen. Debut album. Peace out. And that is it for Boston. Listen to that debut album. You'll be hooked. See, this is good. All right, we will. I have to edit.
I'll edit that out.
All right.
Don't forget t-shirts and to like, comment, subscribe.
Okay. You know what? Oh, something fell here like I don't know.
I'll fix it later. It's okay.
The paper. Okay. You can edit this.
Yeah, I'll edit it all out.
And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. That's right. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Licorice Pizza t-shirts right here available. Okay, they're from small to extra large. Okay, and they're really great, as you can see on the screen as well. All right, who am I going to talk about today? All right, we're going to talk about the Partridge Family. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to offend any Partridge Family people out there. Anyway, but no, it's going to be Bob Seger. Uh, it will be Bob Seger, the great Bob Seger. Love his voice. He's the type of guy that you just put him with an acoustic guitar without a band and he'd sound great. He's got that raspy, just just an unbelievable soulful voice, Bob Seger. And okay, we'll go back to 1969, back when it was the Bob Seger system. Okay, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, just an amazing recording. That studio recording, I love it. The way the drums start. That is a tough song. That is great stuff. 69, he released 2 albums. 1970, Mongrel came out, that album. So this guy's been around in the early 70s, released a bunch of albums. Great albums. Didn't do much as far as charting goes. You know, Beautiful Loser and all these great songs that he did until 1976. So as usual, I'll do a top 3 Bob Seger. My favorite albums, Bob Seger, Night Moves. That came out in 1976. And when I first heard that on the radio, brand new song by Bob Seger, I said, this is going to be big. This is a great song. I knew it. And it was. And that first album, we'll go through the track listing. Sunburst, Mary Lou, Night Moves, of course, Main Street, great song, Come to Papa, Rock and Roll Never Forgets, a mixture of slow, fast, great music on that record. Ship of Fools, great stuff. Sunspot Baby, and The Fire Down Below. Yeah, there's not a bad song. Every song off this album is stellar. Yep. Second favorite album, Stranger in Town. He recorded that album, and this guy's he's right at the top of his game. We've Got Tonight, Hollywood Nights off Stranger in Town. I feel like a number. Great song off that album. Ain't Got No Money, Old Time Rock and Roll. Yeah, do you know that one? Risky Business, Tom Cruise. You remember the scene? Okay, you can scratch that one right out of there. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. But every song off this album is still the same. Yeah, that was a top 10 song, I believe. Bob Seger. And The Distance. Love that album. At number 3. It's got the song Shame on the Moon. Listen to the words of that song. Just a killer song. Beautiful song. Shame on the Moon, Bob Seger. And he's released some stuff in the 90s, and I think a couple years ago he's still doing it, At his age, he's been around a long time, and a lot of live performances under his belt, that's for sure. Bob Seger. But that's something special about the Night Moves album. I love it when artists are kind of floating there. They got a following, but then they hit it with that one album. Just takes them to the top. Other bands have done that. And U2, yeah, you could say they did it. In Excess, another band that did it as well. But Bob Seger, yeah, they were known as the Silver Bullet Band on some albums, and I noticed in some of Seger's albums, just Bob Seger, and then Bob Seger's System. I don't know. Yeah, it's like John Cougar Mellencamp, then John Cougar, then Mellencamp, or something like that. I don't know. Well, Prince was kind of like that too. The artist formerly known. Prince always had a reason why he did anything like that. In one of these episodes, we'll do an episode on Prince. But there's a quick thing in Bob Seger. He's got a list of so many albums. But Night Moves, this again one of those albums. Stranger in Town, great. Against the Wind, probably at number 4. That album. The Distance 3. That's really a strong album, Bob Seger. But I would, if you're not real familiar with Bob Seger, I would start listening to, just my opinion, Night Moves album. Just listen to it. You know, every song off that's really strong. Again, like, comment, and subscribe. And my favorite, before I go though, okay, my favorite slice by Bob Seger, Shame in the Moon, and underrated slice, Shame in the Moon. Song does not get enough airplay. It's just it was a hit. I'm pretty sure he did release that, but you know, I don't think it was like a top 10 or anything like that for some reason. But yeah, great song. So there you go. Again, like, comment, subscribe. Licorice Pizza T-shirts right here. They're beautiful. So, you know, small to 6XL. All right, and they're nice, beautiful shirts. So there you go. And again, Bob Seger. Who am I going to have next? I don't even know myself right now what artist will be coming out, or I'll be talking. There's so many great bands and great artists. So I'll surprise you. I do know that. All right, that's another edition of Licorice Pizza. Peace out. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. And talk about a guest today. Guy right next to me, right here. He's here. This is Elijah Winfrey. He's the one that really started this whole thing off, Elijah.
Yeah, you know, it's been a fun journey, my friend.
It has. It really has.
Because you were saying for a number of years you wanted to do a podcast.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that.
I finally conned you into it. So now you're, what, 11 episodes in by now, I believe? So that's crazy.
Yeah.
11. Congratulations, by the way. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Now it's your turn.
So, Donnie and I were joking around, you know, off the show about who was going to say the whole like, comment, subscribe thing. So we know that you hear this from every single YouTube video, so we're just going to do it our own version, okay? Like, comment, subscribe. It helps us out greatly. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on our channel. So if you can do that, if you can help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. And Donnie actually has some pretty awesome Licorice Pizza shirts. You should be seeing them right there if I did my job correctly. And they go from small to 6XL. We are size inclusive. So if you are looking for a Licorice Pizza shirt, I would encourage you to check it out. I'll put the link in the comment section below.
All right.
I think we covered everything.
Yes. And you got a great band you're going to be talking about today. My first time hearing them. You played several songs, and I like these guys. Audio A.
That's right, Audio Adrenaline. So this is a faith-based band. For folks who don't know much about me, my father is a pastor, so I grew up listening to a lot of faith-based music, and this is one of the bands that had a huge effect on me. So I've seen Donnie do enough of these episodes. I feel like we can go into the history lesson, right?
Right, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So Audio Adrenaline started out in the 90s, and their first album that they came out with was just simply called Audio Adrenaline.
Their debut?
Just Audio Adrenaline. Yeah. And then they came out with an album called Don't Censor Me. And during those first two albums, they were trying to find themselves.
Correct.
And figure out, what is this band going to be? And of course, back then, you know, music was a little different, you know, because you had the early 90s. You had some bands that were trying to be grunge, but
were they
really
early
there.
90s or?
Yeah, they were kind of early 90s.
Really? They were around at that time?
Yeah.
Wow.
So then, after they came out with Audio Adrenaline, they came out with Don't Censor Me, they finally kind of hit it big with their album called Bloom.
Third album?
Third album.
Third album, yeah.
And so on that album, there is a song called Big House. And that song actually got radio play, not just on Christian radio stations, but also mainstream radio stations. Yep. So that was where they kind of looked at it and they said, okay, we figured it out. This is what we're going to be.
Their identity, yeah, they found it.
And that album, it's not one of the three that I'm going to be going into and that me and Donnie are going to be discussing a ton. But that album, Bloom, if you're just looking for something different, I would encourage you to check that album out. What you'll probably end up finding if you listen to all the albums that we suggest here on this episode, you'll find that in Bloom, there's little traces of things that they later on perfect in further albums down their discography.
Right.
Because you know how bands do that. Sometimes you're like, okay, that's where they started finding that, and then there's where they perfect it.
Yeah, you can listen. It's pretty obvious listening to it, yeah.
So Bloom comes out, I believe, in the mid-'90s, if I'm not mistaken. And then their next album is called Some Kind of Zombie. And I feel like what they were trying to do with that is they were trying to capture what a lot of the rock bands in the time frame were doing in the late 90s. But unfortunately, because it sounds different than Bloom, people were not huge fans of it.
Right. Okay.
So it didn't sell as many as Bloom did. Bloom was a gold record, by the way, for Audio Adrenaline. They actually had a gold record for that one.
500,000 copies or more.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's kind of hard to live up to that. And I know you were talking about that a few episodes ago with Boston.
Oh, yeah.
About how they were trying to live up.
Yeah.
So, for Audio Adrenaline, they released Bloom, they released Some Kind of Zombie, and then things start to get a little real for them. Because they are getting ready to get dropped from their record label if they don't do well on their next album.
Yep.
And so the album name for their next one was called Underdog. Came out in 1999.
Yeah.
And what I love about that is the fact that it's not just an album name. It's actually kind of a personality, a mantra, if you will. They were the underdogs of the industry trying to survive.
Well, the cover you showed me, too, it's like it's got that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoyed that record, that album.
That's some kind of pressure, man.
Yeah.
To have that over you, that's pressure.
And some of the singles off of that, just in case you're curious. Mighty Good Leader, that's the first track on the album. Underdog is the second track. Get Down is the third track, which is actually one that I had Donnie listen to.
Yes.
So what did you think of that one, Donnie?
Loved it. I love the chords to it. They're a band that come up with these great hooks. And all the songs don't sound alike. To me, they're all different, but nice hooks. And I love their harmonies. That's become a lost art with bands like harmony. My God, I mean, they've got the harmony. But the songs are good. They're good. Yeah, very recognizable. You hear it once, and you remember them.
And then they also had Good Life, which is a song we're going to come back to in a moment. But Good Life,
story, yeah.
Good Life, a really cool story behind that one. They also did a cover, and forgive me because I don't know the original artist that did this song, but they did a cover song of Let My Love Open the Door.
Oh, that's Pete Townsend of The Who?
There you go.
Is it the same song?
It is. It is. It's a cover of it, though.
Open the door.
I was going to say Peter Frampton, so I wanted to make sure I said the right name.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I said the right name. Otherwise, there's going to be a bunch of comments. So.
Yeah, 1979 they came out with that. I'm surprised they did that one. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't play that one for you earlier. I really should have, because that one you know. But then they also did Hands and Feet, which is another single for them.
I did listen. Yeah, Hands and Feet, great song.
This was that album where, like I said, that their mentality was, we're the underdogs of the industry. We have to do something to save ourselves. And they did this album. And
I'm glad it worked out. You said that went gold? Or?
I don't know if this one went gold, but I know this one was a big album for them.
Probably went gold.
Especially on the Christian music scene.
Yep.
So, from Underdog, we move on to the next album, Lift, which I'll be showing you the album covers up here. But one of the things that Donnie and I looked at, and Donnie had never heard this band before, but you said that the cover of Lift reminds you of another band's cover. Who was that?
Joshua Tree, U2. It did. Yeah, it really did. I love the cover of it. Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that was the motivation. I mean, maybe it was.
Yeah, it
but
could be.
You can see the album cover.
Yeah.
I always try to figure out where to point on these things. But you can see the album cover right here between me and Donnie. You tell us if you think that is inspired by Joshua
That's
Tree.
a good way to put it, inspired. It's not like they walked out to the Joshua Tree and did it that, but they're, what, the ocean? You got
Right.
Beautiful background. That's a great cover.
So during the making of Lift, something started to happen with Audio Adrenaline. And that was lead singer Mark Stewart started to realize that something was wrong with his vocal cords.
Wow.
He was having difficulty controlling his vocal cords. And if we could just pause for a second, I just want to put people in perspective of what that might feel like. So imagine being a member of this band where you have just survived this huge obstacle for your band, where you were almost dropped from your label. For lack of a better term, the party was almost over.
Yep.
And you figured out a way to save it just in time for your lead singer to now have issues with his vocal cords.
Yep.
And so Mark Stewart took, I believe, steroid shots and other treatments to get through the recording of the Lift album.
Wow.
To try to keep things under wraps as far as what was going on, so that folks wouldn't not buy the album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a lot of Audio Adrenaline fans will tell you that this album, the Lift album, is actually their favorite.
To the fans, it is definitely their, okay.
To me, it's not, but there's a reason why it's not, and we'll get to that a little bit later on. It's not a bad reason by any means. But I do love this album. A couple of the songs I showed you from it, I played you Ocean Floor, which is the biggest song from that album.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think of that one, Donnie?
Loved it. I heard a little Beatles influence on that. The harmony's fantastic, and guitar playing and stuff. But the little bits. One thing about the Audio A is they take. It's not they're copying anybody. It's they take from so much, and kind of make it their own. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of in their own, and it works for them. To me, it sounds good. It doesn't sound like it's corny or anything. It just works for them. Yeah, I love the song. Yep.
And then I also played for you Rejoice.
Oh God, that's got some soul to it. Amazing soul. They're all over the place. Yeah, and then they get into that soulful guitar stuff in that song. And every song is different they play. It's not the same as previous songs. Some bands it gets like, oh, okay, that it's kind of sounds the same,
Mm-hmm.
This band's different. I mean, yeah, very talented musically. In the vocals, like you said, that album, if he was taking shots, you'd never known his vocals were great.
And I do just want to mention the other band members briefly. So, with most of these albums, 2 out of the 3, the 4 main band members were Mark Stewart, who played lead vocals. You also had Tyler Burkham, who did lead guitar for the band. You had Will McGinnis, who did bass for the band. And you had Ben Sissel, who was the drummer.
Fills,
so got to give a lot of credit out to all those guys. So from Lift, after they had the big success of Lift, they still were having issues with Mark and his vocal cords and trying to get everything under control. And so they come out with another album in 2003. So 1999 was Underdog. Lift was in 2001. 2003 was Worldwide. That's the next album, which you should see the album cover for that in between Donnie and I. One of my favorite all-time album covers for any band is that one that you're looking at on the screen right now. This album, because of the issues with Mark's vocal cords, they kind of had to tag team it a bit. So Tyler Burkham would do a verse, Mark would do a verse.
Now, does he sound like the lead singer? Did you find?
Tyler Burke, I think he had his own
or was there a difference
sound.
there?
There was definitely a different sound, but I think they complemented each other very nicely.
Right. Yeah.
Which made it work, because if they were completely different, that would be very bad.
Right.
But I feel like they complemented each other very nicely, and this album, again, kind of features a little bit of everything because they had to.
Right.
But one of the things that I wanted to show everybody is this thing here, and I'm going to actually try to get it in camera, in frame there for you. So this actually was kind of interesting, and I was...
Free backstage pass, really?
Yeah. So with every copy of Worldwide that came out in family Christian bookstores, they would have in the CD a free backstage pass. Now, you had to buy a concert ticket. Obviously, you couldn't just show up and go in the back of the venue and say, we're here.
Yeah.
You still got to buy a concert ticket, so they were smart as far as that's concerned. But it was still cool to see this, and I've never seen another band do this, where they just automatically include it.
After a show, and they're probably tired, let's face it.
Yeah. So what's cool about this, though, is my dad and I actually went to this. And we went to the concert that was in Alpharetta, Georgia. And what ended up happening was we were like the last people in line for the meet and greet. And so by the time we got up to where the band was, the entrance we walked through was closed. So after the band spent some time with us, and they spent a lot of time with us, like they didn't have to, but they did, we ended up having to walk out the same doors that they went out to go out to their bus.
Reason for everything. Yeah.
So for me as a little kid, and I'll put a photo up. I'll put a photo up here for you to see it. But for me as a little kid, it was really cool to be able to walk out the same doors as the band and kind of feel like an honorary member, if you will. But Worldwide for me is an album that I really enjoy. Have a lot of great memories from that, and the Lift album too, because we got to see them quite a few times on that. But for me, Audio Adrenaline, they always went that extra mile for the fans, and I always appreciated that from them.
A lot of bands don't.
So let's hop back to Underdog, because I said we were going to say a story about the song Good Life, and I forgot to mention it.
Yeah.
So this was pretty cool. So as I was talking to everyone earlier, the singles off of Underdog were Mighty Good Leader, Underdog, Get Down, and Hands and Feet. If you notice, Good Life is not one of those singles I just mentioned. Here's where the story comes into play. Okay, so after the release of Worldwide, Audio Adrenaline, the original members, would release one more album called Until My Heart Caves In. And unfortunately on that one, Mark Stewart was kind of sidelined for a lot of the record because of his vocal issues. Yeah. And so they decided to kind of shut it down after that. Well, unfortunately, and he talks about this in his memoir, which I would encourage everyone to read. Even if you don't listen to the band, read the memoir. It's really good. Losing My Voice to Find It by Mark Stewart. That's the memoir name if you're into reading books. And in that book, he talks about how, unfortunately, after the band had kind of closed up shop, he got divorced. And so on the night that it, came time for all the stuff to get moved into separate houses, he was kind of sitting there looking at what used to be his house as he's watching his ex-wife drive away. Wow. And he decided, I don't want to be in this empty house all by myself. I'm going to go get in my truck and I'm going to drive somewhere. Now, it's like wintertime in Tennessee. They do get snow down there. So if you're trying to picture it, probably a little bit of snow too. Probably not nice, great weather. So he goes out to his truck. He gets in the front, gets in the driver's seat, goes to start the truck. It won't start. So not only is this poor guy seeing everything that they work for together as a couple kind of go up in flames, she drives away. He's in his truck. It won't start. And oh, by the way, he's pretty much lost the ability to do what he does for a living. And he's a faith-based person, so he said, God, please, just start this truck. If you can hear me, start this truck. And sure enough, whenever he went to start it after saying that, the truck started. And on the radio at that point in time, it wasn't a CD. It wasn't a CD in a CD player. Wasn't anything like that. It was on the radio station that happened to be on in the truck. Good Life by Audio Adrenaline, his band, starts playing. And he made a point of saying that he doesn't know why that song, Good Life, started playing at that moment in time. But for him, that kind of renewed his faith a little bit.
Right. That's amazing. That really is.
And so for me, Good Life is a song that I hadn't really listened to that much prior to reading the memoir. And then when I went back and listened to it again, like that's now one of my favorite songs.
That's just an amazing story, Elijah.
Because of that story.
Oh, yeah.
But for me, like I said, when I look at all of Audio Adrenaline's original, I can never say the word right, discography. There we go. When I look at it, you've got Audio Adrenaline, you've got Don't Censor Me, you've got Bloom, you've got Some Kind of Zombie, Underdog, Lift, Worldwide, and Until My Heart Caves In. That's 8 albums, by the way. I feel like these 3 albums that I'm suggesting, Underdog, Lift, and Worldwide, are their best. To me, that's peak audio adrenaline.
Yep.
Not to say the other stuff isn't good, but I
Right.
feel like the sound that everybody knows them for
Right.
was found in those 3 albums.
They found that, yeah.
Now, unfortunately, they decided to come back. And when I say unfortunately, like, I am a fan of them, but hear me out. Unfortunately, they decided to come back. And when they came back, they didn't have Mark Stewart as a lead singer because obviously he still has the vocal issues. So they went out and they got Kevin Max, who was a part of a big, big Christian band, DC Talk, which that's a whole story in and of itself. But they went and they got Kevin Max to be their lead singer for an album. And that album is actually pretty good. But at the end of that album, Kevin Max kind of got into a disagreement with the management of Audio Adrenaline, saying, I want to take the band in this direction. And they didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So they let him go. And then they bring in another lead singer. And at that point, it kind of just turned into a worship band instead of a rock band that has Christian themes.
Yeah.
Because, like, you and I were talking about this earlier. Like, one of the things that I love about Audio Adrenaline is you can be a Christian listening to Audio Adrenaline with non-Christians, and they won't feel alienated because you're listening to a Christian band, because sometimes they can't tell.
Right.
They'll be like, hey, this is just good music.
Right. Yep.
But when Audio Adrenaline came back and they made that second lead singer change, it was like, you can't possibly listen to that music in a room of people who are not Christians.
Correct.
Because they're going to feel some type of way about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that to me, like, I feel like they lost
their way.
What
You
made
can't
them
replace
special.
the original lead singer. You can't replace his soul. Is that a good word to use?
I agree with
something in him, and I know that you told me too. He's not singing anymore.
So he's not singing, but he is doing public appearances, doing different things like that. Obviously, he's got the book
Charity work.
But one of the big things that Audio Adrenaline did back in the Underdog album, they had a song called "Hands and Feet," and they actually started the charity or orphanage, I should say, in Haiti to help kids out there. So that's kind of become Mark Stewart's life.
Yep.
Is that organization? Him and Will McGinnis are really big into that.
Yep.
But again, I just thought, hey, you know, why not do Audio Adrenaline, because they're a pretty good band, and I definitely want to hear what you think. I mean, because obviously you listened to quite a few of their music today.
Yeah, overall, I think they're a great band. I'm a fan now. I am. I'm definitely a fan. I will be listening to a lot more of their stuff that I didn't listen to today. But catchy lyrics, and not just catchy and hooks, and their message behind their words too powerful.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's no pretense with this band. They're like the real deal. They're really real. And it's sad that you said that the singer can't. Yeah. Lead singer can't sing anymore. Really? I mean, that's like taking.
And like I said, I really appreciated his brutal honesty in his memoir too, because he didn't have to go as in depth with everything as he did.
And now he's doing charity work over in Haiti. Amazing, it really is.
But like, you know, you think about it, like he had every reason to be angry.
Oh my God.
His band finally gets where they're trying to get to, just in time for him to have these issues.
I know.
And have it all taken away. You know, and yet he found a way to not be bitter about it.
How do you deal with that? I mean,
I don't know, man. I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why I'm saying I admire him for it.
Just when he's ready to do this, bang, it just...
Because both of our jobs, or both of our day jobs, depend on us having a voice.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because we're both in radio, so I can't imagine having that taken away from you and not being bitter about it. Because I would be bitter about it. Like, I would not be the bigger person. I would be bitter about it.
No, I would too.
So, and
absolutely.
so would Slinky. You can hear her in the background. So, yeah, she's the studio mascot.
She wants to get into broadcast.
She said, I love Underdog. You know what's funny? When I listen to the Underdog song from Audio Adrenaline, I always change the lyric to say Slinky Dog. Because I'm corny like that. But anyway.
It's not corny. It's great. Slinky Dog. That's what we call her, man.
That's right.
She's it.
But yeah, that's Audio Adrenaline. So again, 3 albums that I would suggest are like literally one after another after another.
You'll enjoy them. You really will. They're great band.
Underdog from 1999, Lift from 2001, and Worldwide from 2003. You can find all their music, though, on all the different streaming platforms. I like CDs, though, so I went and actually purchased
Well, the
CDs.
sound quality is better on CD too.
So I got to ask you, and I'll put all three. I'll put all three covers up. What's your favorite cover? Because I know you're an album cover
Lift.
guy. Lift.
Yeah, I just love that cover. It's nothing fancy about it. It's just the cover.
So no offense, but you're wrong. I'm just kidding. I love the Lift one too. Underdog is really cool too. I it's not often you see a black and white album cover that actually looks interesting.
Right.
Like I feel like that's hard to do.
Right.
But like I feel like they pulled that off pretty well.
All right. Yeah. Great band. They released a total of 6.
8. Total of 8 with the original members. And then they had 2 more, so I guess technically 10, but I don't count the last 2.
With a different singer?
Yeah,
Wow.
they did the last 2 with 2 different singers. So
What if
I don't
the sound
count those.
changed at that time, maybe, or
I feel like it did.
yeah, you can't. Yeah,
but and again, I don't want to sound like I'm
nothing
not
against
a
the
fan.
new singer, but it's just not the same.
You and I have talked about this though before, not to go on a tangent, but like you and I have said, like if you're gonna have a band and you lose one of the members of the band.
I know, yeah.
Don't keep going as that band. Start a different band.
Yeah, yeah.
But some people can get away with it, though.
Exactly. But that's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah.
You're right. Some bands have gotten away with it, Elijah. Yeah.
But hey, thank you for letting me, hijack your show.
Absolutely. I just like listening to you. I don't have to talk much. So. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. Yeah, it's raining where we are, folks. But anyway, or it was raining, depending how you look at it. So it's another edition of Licorice Pizza. Today I've got a legendary band. But first, give us a like, of course, comment, and subscribe. Okay? So do hope you do that. And what's the band today? Well, they've been around a little while, since 1972, and they fly like an eagle. No, that's Steve Miller. The Eagles. We'll go back to I'm gonna pick my favorite 2 albums by the Eagles, because some bands have like 15, 20 albums. So I'll do like a 5 album thing. My favorite 5 albums by that group. Eagles, I'm gonna narrow it down to 2. First of all, a little background. We'll go to 1972. The debut album from the Eagles, 2 hits off that, Witchy Woman and Take It Easy. Where was I the first time I heard Witchy Woman? At a bowling alley with some friends, How old was I? I don't know, 15, 14, 15 years old. And we're bowling, and this song comes on, Witchy Woman. I said, I kind of like that. And, the rest is history. And Take It Easy off that debut album of the Eagles. The second album we shall get to is Desperado. Of course, the song off Desperado. And they had Midnight Flyer off that one. Great album. It didn't produce like the hits that the first album had, big hits. A lot of people criticized Desperado. Too bluegrassy album, country. It was country bluegrass mixed in there. Of course, that's when they had Bernie Leadon, great musician in his own right, that was in the band at that time. And the second album, of course, Desperado, legendary song. Everybody knows that one pretty much. And but we'll get to that a little bit later. There's so many great songs off that particular album, Desperado. Then the third one come out, On the Border, that comes out. And a change in their sound. Eagles' sound changed, I thought, listening to that album. A little harder edge to it. So Bernie Leadon still in the band, but he's more country rock. This is more just rock pop. a little heavier side. On the Border, for instance, off that album. Already Gone, that's off that album. They had that James Dean, the song James Dean off that album as well. A little bit more of a rock sound to that album. And fantastic. Best of My Love went #1. That was off that. That's kind of a mellow tune, kind of a ballad song. Still overall a very good album. On the Border. Then One of These Nights come out in 1975. Now things start to, I shouldn't say unravel for the Eagles, but changes are coming. Bernie Leadon he doesn't want the harder edge type of music that they were going for, like On the Border. He's looking for something different. And that album produced Lion Eyes, big hit. One of These Nights, and Take It to the Limit. Randy Meisner recently passed away. Bass player for the Eagles. What a voice. What a song. Falsetta, just amazing falsetta that he had in that group. And that was a polished album. I thought that was a fantastic record. One of These Nights by the Eagles. And Bernie Leadon, I think, was starting to leave the band during the recording of that, or close to it, in that proximity. And then what comes out, boy, I remember this so well. I was in radio at the time, so people are saying, geez, Donnie, how old are you? And anyway, old enough to know better. Well, not always, but anyway, that comes out in 1977. To say that was a big album, oh, what an understatement. Joe Walsh, the great Joe Walsh, is on that particular album. Plays guitar on it with Don Felder. That's a whole nother story on its own. New Kid, Hotel California, #1 album for weeks and weeks. #1 song, Hotel California. New Kid in Town. That, wow, what a great song. Glenn Frey, of course, the late great Glenn Frey singing that. And Life in the Fast Lane. That's a rocker. My favorite Eagles albums. Again, I'm going to narrow it down to 2 albums. Hotel California, and some people say, oh, that's so obvious. Everybody just plays it and plays it. It's a great album. And what can you say about the song structurally? It's one of the greatest songs ever, structurally. Don Felder thought that up on a beach and had these chords that he went to Glenn Frey and Don Henley. How do you like it? Oh, man, look at this. The chord changes in it, the words. The song is an amazing tune. One you can't redo, except the Eagles redid it, and Hell Freezes Over tour. Yeah, they did that concert. They did it, and they did both the acoustic version. Remember that on the acoustic guitar? And I like that version as well. At first, I was saying, I don't know, but after a while, I warmed up to it, and I think that's a really good version of that song. But I still, if I had to prefer one Hotel California, it's the album version of that song. And I know everybody's got their favorite. It's just an opinion. #2 is The Long Run. After Hotel California. How do you follow up Hotel California? Like their crown jewel, Hotel, and then The Long Run. And they're all kind of not getting along at that time, let's be honest. But they produced, I thought, a fantastic record, album, The Long Run. I can't tell you why. Timothy B. Schmidt singing the lead vocal to that, In the City. Talk about variety. Joe Walsh does that. I mean, really. In the City, Disco Strangler, another great song. Heartache Tonight, big hit. Glenn Frey, and The Sad Cafe, Don Henley. I think Don Henley sings. I better be right on that one, but great variety on the Long Run. That's my second favorite album by the Eagles. And how do you top that? Because they're coming off the heels of Hotel California. They're fighting in the studio all the time, not getting along, and they produce an album that good. That's pretty amazing, in my opinion. Okay, I know it. You're going to say, oh, yes, I am. Hotel California, title track to that song. I don't know, listening to it, it does something to me. It's almost like a spiritual, religious experience listening to that song cranked up. I mean, it's just something about that tune. Just killer song, one of the top 10 songs probably of all time. Then New Kid in Town. That is Glenn Frey doing the vocal. Life in the Fast Lane, Don Henley. Wasted Time, the reprise of that. Victim of Love, a true story. That song's a true story about Spider Savage, Claude Longer, I think that was her name. And she was, he was a professional skier, of course. She was once married to Andy Williams, and that I won't go any further. The song is about that situation, if you listen to the words. Pretty Maids All in a Row. That's a Joe Walsh just coming down a little bit, little soft song, nice ballad, one of my favorite songs off the album. Try and Love Again. I believe that might be Randy Meisner. And The Last Resort. A lot of meaning behind that song. Listen to that one. Don Henley does the vocal to that. And if I had to pick, if I had to have my second album, Long Run first, Hotel California. And if I had to pick one of the albums, I just love this album, Desperado by the Eagles. If I had to pick a number 3, yeah, because Desperado, Saturday Night, which I'll get to right now since we're doing that. Before we do that, make sure you, give us a like, comment, and share, okay? Licorice Pizza, appreciate that very much. Desperado, okay, now we go to this part. I love this part of the program because the underrated slice, okay, song that they did, in my opinion, fantastic song off Desperado is Saturday Night. And I, am a radio announcer. I should play that. I don't think I've ever played that song. I got to do that one. Midnight Flyer, great tune. Tequila Sunrise. Everybody knows Tequila Sunrise off Desperado. Big hit for them. It's played across nightclubs and bars across America pretty much every night, that song. And Doolin Dalton. Now, we get to the part, that was underrated. My favorite slice, Hotel California. Yeah, I got to go with that. I just have to. It's just such an awesome, awesome tune. Hotel California, the Eagles, legendary band. Of course, we can talk about Out of Eden. I think came out in 2009. The double album, good. I don't think it matches their stuff from the 1970s. I just don't. But a good album, good. There's some really great stuff off that particular album. But legendary band, of course, they're selling out all the time still. Glenn Frey passed away, of course. His son took over his part, of course, and you got Vince Gill in the band as well. Don Henley and of course Timothy B. Schmidt too. What a band live! Great band live. They sound so good live. And that is the program. That is Licorice Pizza. Can I stutter there a little bit? But anyway, Licorice Pizza. We appreciate everybody tuning in to watch this program. I certainly do. And I know opinions are all different. Okay, somebody might like this album. It's just an opinion, and appreciate everybody that tunes in to the program. Give us a like again, a comment, and subscribe. Okay. Until next time, peace out. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. It's even better than eating real pizza. It really is. So anyway, the artist I've got today, one of my favorites. I've seen him live, and first of all, make sure you give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, we appreciate that, and don't forget a Licorice Pizza T-shirt. They're awesome. So do check that out. Let's see what we have today for an artist. Well, guy by the name of Don Henley, one of my favorite artists. Seen him live at the State Fair at the Grandstand at the what year? I don't. It doesn't matter what year. I saw him live there. Fantastic concert, man. He never missed. You know, he didn't play a lot of percussion. I remember drums on that particular. He was the front guy, and I can't remember who they had as a drummer. We're going to go through the discography of Don Henley from the first album, and we'll look at that first album. He had a huge hit off that. The year was 1982. A lot of you people remember the song, and it's amazing song. 1982, Dirty Laundry. Remember that one? Dirty Laundry from Don Henley. And then about 2 years later, he came out with another, which I consider, what an album, a masterpiece. The Building of the Perfect Beast. I think it was late 84, somewhere around that time. And what can you say about that album? Sunset Grill's off that. The Not Enough Love in the World, that's off that album. A Month of Sundays, fantastic song about the American farmer. And boy, it's a reverent type of tune off that. The Boys of Summer, yeah, that video too. Fantastic video, Boys of Summer, love it. I remember the summer of 84, or maybe fall time. People had that blaring in their cars back then, of course, on cassette or 8-track even, back in that time period. That song was, you would hear that album, a tune off that record, Boys of Summer, down at the Sunset Grill, blaring out of the car stereo that year. Fantastic album, Don Henley. Not to mention all the stuff he did with the Eagles. Then his solo career was very successful as well. A lot of bands can't do it that way. Look at the Eagles. They had Joe Walsh, major star in his own right, a legendary Joe Walsh. Don Henley, like we're talking about now, obviously, fantastic solo career. Glenn Frey had a successful solo career. Timothy B. Schmidt had some solo stuff too, and was involved in music. But yeah, that's very difficult to do. The Beatles, of course, they all had their careers separate from the Fab Four. So yeah, and we'll go on to 89? Believe it or not, this is my first, the first CD I ever bought. And I know that for a fact. First CD was The End of the Innocents, Don Henley, the song title track, fantastic song, In a New York Minute, one of the singles off that particular CD, and oh God, with the other song, the Last Worthless Evening, yeah, another great tune off that one. There's so many songs. If Dirt Were Dollars, another great tune up. Boy, every song off that album. Little Tin God was another song that I don't think he released that as a single, but another great tune. And yeah, so Don Henley, End of the Innocents, 1989. I believe that was 89. And then we get to Inside Job in the year 2000, a little bit more political album about a sign of the times, a little darker edge to it. That album had, I don't know how else to put it, but yeah, that was a fantastic record. Again, Don Henley working it, that song he did. Yeah, just an awesome album. If you have not listened to Inside Job from 2000, do so. Really, really great album. Then he had, was it Cash Country? I think it was. That was released in 2015. Okay, I'd look down there. 2015, Cash Country. Yep, where he's doing a lot of traditional type country stuff. And he had some special guests on that record. I believe Dolly Parton was one of them. I think so. And that was a double album. And he goes back and you gotta love that. He's just so good, great at everything he does. What a career, Don Henley. Now we get to the part, my favorite slice. Okay. As far as the release goes, I got to go with Boys of Summer, that is pretty much, if you're going to record an album, that's pretty much perfection or close to it. Boys of Summer, Man on a Mission, with a Mission, I should say. You're Not Drinking Enough. That should be Stop Drinking. No, it's a great song. Not Enough Love in the World, Building the Perfect Beast off side 2. All She Wants to Do Is Dance. Remember that video? Back in the day, MTV, VH1, they all played that one. That was released as a video. A Month of Sundays. Just fantastic song. Just crank it up. It's very reverent. And it's a song about family struggling. Like when Live Aid came, not Live Aid, but Farm Aid came out. Willie Nelson, the whole thing, trying to raise money for the American farmer. And it's just an amazing song. Sunset Grill. I think there is a Sunset Grill he was talking about in Los Angeles or that area in California. Driving with My Eyes Closed, another, that's just a driving tune. And Land of the Living. That's my number one Don Henley album. Number 2, I would go with End of the Innocents. Yeah, number 2, End of the Innocents. If you've never heard End of the Innocents in a New York Minute, great story. It's about everything about New York City, how fast things can change. Things can change fast anywhere, but in New York, real fast. And that's what that song is all about. Make sure again to give us a like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget about the Licorice Pizza t-shirts. It's a great way, folks, to wear something that's a great t-shirt, great design, everything on it. And, feel proud wearing it. Absolutely. I'm glad you're part of this program to listen. I appreciate every listener, a watcher, I should say. Been in radio too long. See, listener and watcher? Yeah. But anyway, that is a wrap on this show. Yeah, take a listen to some Don Henley stuff for sure. And that is our show today. Peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And here is another edition of Licorice Pizza today. You're already saying, well, who's the artist? Oh, hold on. It's don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, okay? And also, we got some beautiful, great t-shirts. Also, that you'll see somewhere around where my finger is, this way or that way, but you'll see some great t-shirts up to 6X. Okay, so just a reminder of that. Okay, the band I'm talking about today, been around a few years. Yeah, Aerosmith. That's right. Since 1969, they got their start. They're from the Boston, Massachusetts. They're from the Boston area. Okay. And got their start in 69. And we're going to start with the first album they ever came out with, hoping to get that big break musically. And they did. They released their debut album, and I had a song called Dream On. It's so recognizable. If you just hear 2 bars at the beginning, a couple seconds of the song, you recognize it right off. Dream On, off that particular album, and it went big. And they had Mama Kin, one of their popular songs live that they do. I think they do, though, that song live in concert. But yeah, they started out like gangbusters, 1973. And record companies only give you like maybe a 2-record deal, possibly 3 if you're lucky. If the first one doesn't do well, second one flops, it's pretty much, it's over. But it didn't happen to them. And they came out with a second album called Get Your Wings. And I believe that was even a bigger album in 1974. They got Same Old Song and Dance. That tune's on that one. Train Kept a Rollin'. That song's on there. And yeah, a different song, but Lord of the Thighs. That's on that particular album as well. 1974, Get Your Wings, big album by Aerosmith. They Have Arrived. And then we move on to Toys in the Attic. 1975, huge album. I think that one even brought them up. They're starting to peak. Toys in the Attic 75, Walk This Way was off that album, and the all-time classic, Sweet Emotion. What can you say? There's a lot of classics here, not just songs people remember. These are classic songs by Aerosmith. Then they come out with another gem, or a great album called Rocks. And off that album, Back in the Saddle, Last Child, and two great songs off. That whole album's really good, but those are the two main songs off that album, Rocks, 1976. And okay, we Draw the Line. Okay, Draw the Line. That's 1977. And then we started to see a little shift in Aerosmith as far as, being popularity goes. And another thing, music's changing at that time as well. The disco stuff, all that stuff is happening. And that album, and speaking of Draw the Line, I last weekend, I did see the Draw the Line is the name of the tribute band to Aerosmith. I saw those guys last weekend, and an awesome show, amazing group. And they are licensed from Aerosmith, and they're the only one, I believe, right now that's licensed to say, okay, you can go out and do our music and be an official tribute band to us. That's quite an honor. Members of Draw the Line did say, all the members of Aerosmith have sat in the audience when they've done a concert. That's got to be nerve-wracking. You imagine that? Doing a concert and your heroes are right there watching you? Okay. But great band. So yeah, that was very enjoyable. That was a great show. So kudos to those guys, man. They were great. Draw the Line, yeah, 77. And then The Night in the Ruts, and that was part of Aerosmith's. I remember buying that album in 79, and I said, man, this has got to deliver. It did deliver. It's okay. It's fair to good. It wasn't over the top great. And of course, I didn't realize at the time things were really a mess with inside the band. The media is a lot different. You didn't have computers, cell phones at the time. We had no information. If you got information, it was off the radio or 3 TV stations at the time. That was it. So yeah, we were in the dark, man. I mean, I said, okay, let's listen to Night in the Ruts. And they're all standing there. It's a gray album, and they're down in a coal mine. And Steve Perry, I believe, not Steve Perry, but Joe Perry, I believe, left the band at that time. Yeah, things were a mess. And then they come out with, Rock in a Hard Place too, a fair album. And then they came out with Done with Mirrors, 85, another album that just wasn't, I would say fair album. Nothing off that album. In fact, they were playing clubs at that time. They weren't doing the big arenas at that time. Yeah, they had gone really, in a downward spiral, you might say. And then 85 came, of course, that year, Run DMC does Walk This Way. I think that helped rejuvenate their career. It's that sample song. And I love when Permanent Vacation came out in 1987. And boy, are they back. They are back bigger and better than ever. I would say they're even bigger in the 80s than they were in the 70s. Yeah, Permanent Vacation came out, and wow, that changed everything. Ragdoll's off that album. Dude Looks Like a Lady, and also Angel, power ballad. People love the slow dance. They had everything in that album. Really great stuff. And a remake of the Beatles' tune "I'm Down" was on that album. Steve Tyler loved when he First heard the Beatles do it. 65 on a record player or radio. It's the flip side of Help. That was a big hit by them. Flip it over and I'm down's on the other side. Their B-sides, Beatles were better than most bands' A-sides, but I digress. We'll go to Pump from 1989. Another great album. How do you follow up Permanent Vacation? Well, they did. Came out with Pump, huge album. Love in an Elevator. The video, the song was played everywhere you went. You turn on the FM radio, Love in an Elevator. MTV, Love in an Elevator. It's all over the place. And Janie's Got a Gun, another huge song by Aerosmith. So, man, they're back. They're back in a big way. And then Get a Grip, 1993. Another big song off that. Living on the Edge and Crying. So, they're really back in a big, big way. Happy for that band. They went through, their struggles and their demons, and they got back to it. So that is it. I could go on, and list another probably 6 albums by Aerosmith, but I will not do that. I'm giving you the core stuff, okay, from Aerosmith. And that's a group right now on their farewell tour. They say farewell tour, but this might be. You don't know. I heard they're taking residency up in Vegas, so we'll see. The band, and I've heard from people say they are so great, still live. So they're going to be touring in Buffalo. That is coming up January 16th. So if anybody wants to go, you've got time. If you can get tickets, or they're for sale, I don't know. But they're going to be in Buffalo at KeyBank Center. Also, January 19th, the one and only New York, Madison Square Garden, of course. And that's going to be, again, January 19th in the Big Apple at Madison Square. When you play Madison Square Garden, you've made it. And January 26th, the Bell Center in Montreal. Boy, this might be the last time you really get to see them. If they quit touring, they go to Vegas, it might be. So, I would do everything you can to go to the concert if you are an Aerosmith fan. And we're going to talk about, of course, a side note, Steve Tyler's daughter, Liv Tyler, starred in Armageddon, of course, with Bruce Willis. Fantastic movie. I mean, I've seen it 4 times. It never gets old. And the soundtrack features Aerosmith's only #1 song. #1. And boy, was it big. I don't want to miss a thing. That's so great. His daughter is in the movie, and the song just goes huge, gigantic. And Liv Tyler, her adopted father is, you're waiting, I didn't know this till about 5 minutes ago, Todd Rundgren. Her adoptive, father's Todd Rundgren. Yeah, and he's a legend. Love his music too. So, Aerosmith, amazing band. Their farewell tour, and folks, it could be. I know other bands have said, okay, this is going to be it, come back. But I think with them, I got a hunch and a feeling this will be it. Well, we'll see. Okay, my favorite slice. Favorite song by Aerosmith, Dream On. Probably always will be, from 1973. That's what broke them out big time. Dream On. Still played today on a lot of classic rock, classic hit stations. Kind of goes classic hit and classic rock. Dream On. And also underrated song by Aerosmith. Underrated slice. I would say Walking the Dog. It's also another great tune by Aerosmith. Or okay, I'm cheating a little bit. The Big 10-inch Record. That was played, never was released as a single, I don't believe. If I'm wrong, correct me on that. I think but that's one there. Now, Aerosmith again, Oh man, what can you say? What a great career. Great band. They are a classic. They're iconic. Right in the league with so many other, classic band. I'm not going to say who. That could start an argument. But anyway, that is cool. And also, again, that is the program for today. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, Aerosmith, just a phenomenal band. For those of you old enough to remember 1973, right? Dream On. So anyway, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, and the just amazing T-shirts that we have that also you can purchase, and you'll see them up in the screen here. They go up to 6X. Okay, T-shirts, no matter what size you take, there. Hope you enjoyed the show, folks. And that is another edition of Licorice Pizza. Peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record, named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. Welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. Hope you enjoy it today. And I know you're saying, okay, now what is he going to talk about today? What band? Well, what band I'm going to talk about is Bad Company. Don't keep Bad Company. No, Bad Company, the great band. And we'll talk about their first album. When they started, what year, lead singer, of course. All that stuff. But first, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, and don't forget about the great T-shirts that we have available here on Licorice Pizza. You'll see them on the screen. They go from any size up to 6XL. So there you have it. All right, we're going to talk about Bad Company. Great band. A little history behind it, of course. Paul Rodgers, the lead singer, was with a band called Free. Just about anybody into rock music knows about the band Free. They had, well, their biggest song was All Right Now. Baby, it's all right now. Yeah, that was Paul Rodgers back in 1970. And then Mick Relves, he played the lead guitar for Bad Company. He was with another famous band, popular band called Mott the Hoople, that were really big around 73, 74. And the other guy, I am trying to think of his name. He played for the band King Crimson, who's a progressive rock group. Oh, I know his name. Boz Burrell from the band King Crimson. And the other guy, the drummer, again, was Simon Kirke. He was with the band Free as well. So they decided to get together. Hey, I think we can form a band. A lot of these guys travel in circles where they meet each other and jam with each other, and things just fall in place. A couple of them, then a third one joins and say, "Man, let's start a band." So, 1974, and their recording label was Swan Song. That is Led Zeppelin's record label, Swan Song. So Bad Company starts recording 1974, and these songs are huge. Can't Get Enough of Your Love was off that debut album by them, and also Rocksteady, Ready for Love, the song Bad Company, great song, and Moving On. Wow, all those songs off that one debut album, that does phenomenal for 1974. Then we go to my favorite album by them right here, Straight Shooter, 1975. And Good Lovin' Gone Bad is a killer rocker. That really rocks. Feel Like Making Love, Shooting Star, and Deal with the Preacher. Just amazing songs off that. Now you got to remember, this is 74, 75. in 1976, they come out with Running with the Pack. That was a successful album uh, by Bad Company. Yeah, they added strings a little bit in there because they were just, guitars and drums and just, kind of straight ahead rock and roll. So, and they did Simple Man was off that, not the one by Skinner, but a different one. Live for the Music, another great tune off that album. Running with the Pack. That's the one they started using a little bit of strings and a little melodic piano. Melodic piano was in there as well. So yeah, they had some very good string sections in there. But diehard Bad Company fans, they were kind of sour on this album. I think a lot of them were anyway. And Burning Sky came out in '77, and they had Burning Sky. That was their single off that album, Burning Sky. And I liked the album. I thought really great album. But they seem to be just kind of losing their way a little bit. Bands do that. It's hard to consistently just keep up. In the trends in music in 1977, things are changing. What came in? Disco. Huge in 77. Musical tastes are changing. And if you don't change with it, sometimes you are left behind. Unfortunately, although it could be a great album. But that's the way that it is in the music business. Desolation Angels. So they took 2 years off. So we move on to 1979. And they added more keyboards to the music. That's I think, a polished album. A great album. I thought they really did it. Rock and Roll Fantasy. Very popular song. That's a classic tune. Gone, 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 and Oh Atlanta. They did off that album. Back around mid 90s, Vince Gill did a song with Bad Company, Oh Atlanta, and he plays on it. And they did a remake of their own song. So anyway, that I thought Desolation Angels, great album by Bad Company. And then they come out with no, that was the album. I could go on. They came out with like 6, 7 albums. After that, didn't do much. Really didn't do much at all. So I wasn't gonna on the program get into all those records. And they do a tour now and then. Bad Company does. But I think the days of their best stuff, best albums are over. That was early to mid '70s. Their most fruitful time, I think they had as a band, songwriting and just killer music, killer albums. And okay, we're going to get to the part here. My underrated slice, I would say my underrated song by them be Deal with the Preacher. You don't hear much about that song. Great tune. If you've never heard it, check it out. And also my favorite one is my favorite slice, Bad Company. Yeah, Bad Company. That's my favorite tune they ever did. There's a fine line there. There's so many great songs Bad Company did. But I must say, Paul Rodgers, one of the greatest lead singers all time. If you can fill in for Freddie Mercury and do a tour with Queen like he did, then I'd say, yeah, I'd say they're pretty good. That's for sure. So anyway, that is it. Bad Company in a nutshell. Didn't have as many albums as other bands. Some of they've had like 25, 30 albums. But Bad Company overall did probably, I don't know, probably 10, 11 albums. They did some live stuff too, but I don't include it in the program. That's a whole nother thing. But anyway, that is Bad Company. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you're a fan of these guys. And if you're not, check out some of their stuff. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And also the t-shirts, great t-shirts are available. Again, they're, any size you want, right up to 6XL. And that is another edition of Licorice Pizza. Peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record, named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget about the great t-shirts, 1X right through up to 6X. You'll see them on the screen here. Great t-shirts that you can wear inside, outside, wherever you want, but they're really nice. And what band do I have today? Well, it's a band, it's a foreign band. No, I'm just kidding. It's Foreigner. Okay, Foreigner. That's they've been around since 1976 when they started recording their first album. A little bit background, for the first album, a little bit of background for you with a guy named Mick Jones. He's the lead player for Foreigner, and him and Ian McDonald. He was in a band with Ian McDonald. Ian McDonald's a guy from the band King Crimson, and then him and Mick Jones started a band called Spooky Tooth. Hopefully nobody's got to go to the dentist. I don't want to, Anyway, that Spooky Tooth was a band. They're pretty big in the 70s. And they were in New York City. They were disbanding, or the group they had together. Can't remember the name of it, the band, but they were in New York City. Let's form another band. They were thinking about, okay, let's get together and get a new band started. So somebody that was close to them had a record album of a band called Black Sheep. They're from Rochester, New York. They released 2 albums, and the lead singer was Lou Gramm. Great lead singer. Lou Grammatico's his real name. Kind of shortened it up for Foreigner when he joined the band. I already gave that away, but to make a long story short, he had an album by them, passed it to Mick Jones, and said, well, maybe this guy will work out as lead singer. They needed a lead singer. So he passed it along to Mick Jones and said, give this a listen. And I mean, talk about a lead singer that would just be perfect for this band. It's Lou Gramm. He's got a set of pipes on him, an amazing singer. So he listened, called Lou Gramm up, who's in Rochester, and Mick Jones and Ian McDonald are in New York City. So we're going to fly you out. You're going to audition. Well, he auditioned, and Lou Gramm really didn't know, am I in the band? Like a day had passed or something. He says, man, I got to go. I got things to do back home. So am I in the band? Lou was getting a little bit maybe frustrated, excited. And Mick said, yeah, you're in the band. Like it's no big deal, right? Little did he know that's going to change his life. It's going to change all their lives, because Foreigner, let's face it, they're a huge band. And so he got the job. So they start recording in New York City. They got a recording contract on their first album. A lot of times, if you sell 1 million copies of your first album, or even 500,000, man, that's awesome. Well, this first album, right at the get-go, I think it was a multi-million seller, at least 2-3 million, right from the get-go. And they had some great songs off this. It feels like the first time. Maybe that's their first single off that, I believe. Cold as Ice. That is a classic song, Cold as Ice, off that album as well. And the other one that they did off that was A Long Way From Home. It's a true story about Lou Gramm going from Rochester, New York to the Big Apple, New York City, and being in a situation in Rochester, it's like he just didn't know what to do with himself. What do we do? Black Sheep, the band he was in, split up. And man, talk about a big break. That's like, next thing I know, I'm in New York City recording an album. The album's finished. Then it's going really huge, It's like, and I love to hear about those stories from bands, and the rest is history. That album did very well. And on to number two. Yes, their second album is pretty amazing, called Double Vision. That was the title track from that album, the title of the album, Double Vision. And also they had the song Hot Blooded. Uh, that might have been their, I think it was their biggest song off that particular album was Hot Blooded. And then they had, Double Vision, like I mentioned, Blue Morning, Blue Day, another great song off Double Vision. Man, that whole album, I'm just looking at the songs here. Spellbinder, another great tune. It wasn't released as a single, but a great song. And that album, a lot of record company, here's the deal. Your first album is extremely important. And if your second one does not do really well, they pretty much, okay, that's the end of your contract. So the second one is crucial. Well, Foreigner, the second one came out, and that went platinum, double or triple platinum as well. And they had some great tunes off that album. And then comes 1979, the album Head Games by Foreigner, another winner. They got Dirty White Boy off that particular album, Head Games. Love on the Telephone, another great song off that. Rev on the Rev Line, that's another tune off that album. It's a fantastic song about Lou Gramm when he lived in Rochester. Lake Avenue is a very famous street in Rochester. Eastman Kodak, the company, was located there. And they used to have like drag races down Lake Avenue. It's a pretty wild area. So Lou Gramm, that's what he's talking about in that song. If you ever listen to the words to Rev on the Rev Line, you'll know what I'm talking about in this broadcast. So, but that's another great album. Head Games, and they keep rolling. Another 2 years go by, and guess what comes out? Foreigner 4. And this was their biggest, bigger than the three previous albums as far as sales go. This album, I believe, was number one for like 11 weeks in the summer of 81. I remember hearing Urgent for the first time on the radio, turning it up. Said, oh my Lord, listen to that. That's Foreigner. I said, this is going to be big. Yeah, it was. 11 weeks at number one. So Foreigner owned the summer of 1981. It was a huge, huge album, Jukebox Hero. There are a lot of people that are into classic rock, know Jukebox Hero, know that song. Waiting for a Girl Like You, that was their ballad off that. So you got three humongous songs off the album Foreigner 4. And boy, I'll never forget listening to that. And of course, I had to go out and buy that right off the bat. Foreigner 4, they had it, and listen to it. Just Nightlife. One of the great songs off that album is Nightlife. Now, the thing about albums is, yeah, you can buy the greatest hits, which I've done many times, but sometimes the songs that aren't released as hit singles are great too. So yeah, if you're not real familiar with Foreigner, or just like their hits, try listening to the whole album. It's really fantastic. Listen to tunes you may not have heard before. The album cuts off that. So off that album, or any album they release for that matter. And then here comes the Ancient Provocateur album. Now I know most people, even if you're not into classic rock, you still know the ballad off this. This might be, as far as a hit single, yeah, I gotta be their biggest hit. I Want to Know What Love Is. Mammoth song. That went number one in early 1985. The album was recorded in 84, but I think the single was released early of 1985, and back in the MTV era, they played this song on radio and video just constantly. It's an anthem. And a little side note to this, when Mick Jones was writing this song, Lou Gramm arranging and writing and helping Mick Jones, write this because I heard an interview recently with Lou Gramm that Mick Jones gets 90% of the credit, which means 90% of the music royalties for writing it. I believe Lou Gramm gets about 10% of that. That was a sticking point that didn't go over too well with Lou Gramm. But anyway, it's a fantastic song. You got the choir in the background, all that going on. And the other single from the album was called That Was Yesterday, another hit single off that album from 1985. Another couple years go by, a little while, and they released Inside Information. That was the name of that album. And to me, my personal opinion, they kind of lost something with this album. They did have a couple hits. Say You Will off that. You might have heard that one. I Don't Want to Live Without You. That's kind of a soft AC song off that particular album. And then things get, they Lou Gramm had gotten just tired of that lifestyle, touring and performing. So Unusual Heat, that's an album that Foreigner released without Lou Gramm, 1991. I bought the CD to that, not the vinyl, because CDs were the thing at that time. That everybody was buying CDs. Now that's reverse, where vinyls huge again. So, but that's when they had a new lead singer. It didn't do much. Bands go through this all the time. Foreigner's not the only one. They just lose something. The album, is average. I don't think it's not good to great. It's not great for sure. But then Lou Gramm joins the band again and goes on tour a couple years later. And that's when he joined up with Foreigner for the second time. And he was just tired of touring and tired, and, arguments or whatever within the group. A lot of line changes in Foreigner. A lot of the original members had left, and things start that way. You start to just lose your mojo, you might say, in a band. And then Lou had that, inoperable, they called it, brain tumor. I mean, extremely serious. And he went to every hospital imaginable, getting tests, what can be done. And they said, nothing. It's inoperable. You got so much time, one of those deals. So he went to Boston, Lou Gramm did, and got an opinion from a neurologist there that tried a procedure, which this is America. I love that story when he describes it, and Lou Gramm describes it, and he got through it and went through years of rehab, learning to do stuff all over again. Lou Gramm. And now to this day in 2023, he's got the Lou Gramm Band that performs all over the place. He's back performing again and doing great. But that's just a little background there. I mean, from Foreigner on will he ever join? That's a question I get. Do you think Lou Gramm will ever join Foreigner again at this stage? Maybe for a couple songs on stage, maybe to get together, but not at this stage of the ball game, not as a permanent, member of touring again. Nothing like that, because even Mick Jones, people go see Foreigner live. Most of the time, Mick Jones is not going to be on stage with Foreigner. Because that, Mick Jones' age, he's like 78, 79. No, not happening. So, but they still sound good, regardless original members or not. I've seen some of their concerts, and to me, they still sound great, Foreigner. So that's a little wrap on Foreigner. They did release a couple more albums, but I kind of narrowed it down to 5 albums by Foreigner. But like I said earlier, if you just take the whole album and play it, like Double Vision, for instance, just great album. And now here's Here's the part I love. What is my favorite slice of Foreigner? I cheated a little bit. I had to put 2 songs in here. Jukebox Hero. Just love that. Lou Graham voice in that is beyond great. Beyond great. And Rev on the Red Line. My 2 favorite songs by Foreigner, and there's many more. Such a thin line between your favorite and the next one up, So, but those 2 songs, and the most underrated slice is the song Blue Morning, Blue Day. Very catchy. That's a very catchy tune. And the first time I heard that, I said, man, what a fantastic song. I said, that'd be a big hit for a Foreigner, which it was. But if you've never heard, it's not one of their biggest hits off that album, Blue Morning, Blue Day. But yeah, try listening to that. They don't have to try to listen to it; just listen to it, and listen to that whole album. And I think you will enjoy it. Like all their other albums are great. Even the first one, yeah. Now we come to the part what my favorite Foreigner album. I'm still going with Double Vision, and again a fine line there, but Double Vision I'd say is my personal favorite Foreigner album. So that is another episode of Licorice Pizza. Hope you found that delicious. It's my don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, okay? And don't forget the great t-shirts again, folks. And it's been a pleasure talking about this great band, Foreigner. And if you're not familiar with them, you might know 2 songs by them, 3, 4, but try listening to some of their other stuff too. You won't be disappointed. And that's another edition of Licorice Pizza. Peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. Hi, folks. It's time for another edition of Licorice Pizza. That's right. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, okay? And don't forget the great t-shirts, and they are great. Come in many different sizes and colors for you. And you're asking, what do I have on tap today for Licorice Pizza? Well, this band and the lead singer, what can you say? I mean, legendary Jim Morrison, it's the Doors. Okay, it's the Doors. And we're going to talk about many things, many albums this band has released. They got together in 1965 in Los Angeles. The first 2 to meet up with each other is Ray Manzarek, the keyboard player, and Jim Morrison, who I believe in college, he wrote poetry, wrote great poetry, and he was a writer, and they teamed up. And then the other guy, John Densmore, and Robbie Krieger, plays lead guitar. They got together and formed the Doors. Then they got a record contract in late 1966, started recording their debut album. And that was a hit right off Elektra Records. That's who they recorded for that record company. I think they're no longer in existence, and boy, to say they had a big song off this album, Light My Fire, by the Doors. That's been recorded by Jose Feliciano and other people. And Jose Feliciano, just give him some credit. A much different version, and I couldn't believe when somebody first told me, what? He's recording Light My Fires, but it doesn't sound, it's good. It really is. And but anyway, they released Light My Fire, all like, what is it? 8 to 9 minutes on the album cut. Now, back in radio, you got pretty much 3 minutes max. That's why they call it a radio edit. When you get the 45 and people that listen to the album say that song's a lot longer than that. No, they edit it and cut it. So Light My Fire, huge song for the Doors. So they're off to a great start. And other notable songs off that album, Break On Through. I don't think they released that as a single, but it's a great album. Cut a lot of FM stations back in the early 70s played that song and still do. A lot of your classic hits or classic rock stations play that. And The End, that's 10 minutes long off this album. A song called The End, and Backdoor Man. That's an old blues song that was recorded like decades before the Doors recorded it. Okay, Light My Fire. Yeah, that's the first song I ever heard by the Doors. Then their second album comes out, and that too is a big Strange Days. 1960, late 67. Yeah, Summer of Love. And then Love Me Two Times, another extremely popular song by the Doors. That's a pretty good album overall. I mean, I like most of the Doors albums, or all of them now I think about it. When the Music's Over, another great tune off that. Yeah, you've heard the song People Are Strange. That's also off that album. And Strange Days, title track, good tune off their second album from 67. Now we turn our attention to 1968. And they have a number one song off that album called Hello, I Love You. That did go number one. And then Love Street, another popular song off that album. And 5 to 1. Yep, another great tune off that album. 1968. That album by the Doors, Waiting for the Sun, it was called. And I do have all these albums on vinyl. I just got to dig them out sometime and listen to them. But yeah, they just kept rolling, the Doors. Number 4, The Soft Parade. That's from 1969. The Soft Parade, and they have a huge song called Touch Me off that. And Wild Child, another great song off that album. And Wishful Sinful. I believe they only released the one song hit single off that album, and that was Touch Me. I don't think they had another hit record or released another song off that album. I don't believe so. And the Soft Parade. Now the Soft Parade too, that's another 8-minute and 40-second song off that album. Jim Morrison liked to just go on adventures during a song and keep it going. Like the Lizard King and that stuff they do live. He would be in kind of his own world, really. With some of the antics. And I could get into that, some of the stuff on stage he was arrested for, and some of the vocal stuff he would do on stage, and the antics it was the 1960s. I don't think any bands today do that. Well, he was he was one of a kind. And then we go to number 5 here. And this is Morrison Hotel. Could you imagine staying at a hotel called Morrison Hotel, Jim Morrison's Hotel? Well, anyway, that's that came out in 1969. This is a fantastic album, and they play one song. I don't know any rock band in the U.S. You just go there and play clubs and rock and roll, and every band, I swear, plays this song, Roadhouse Blues. Keep your eyes, have myself a beer, keep your eyes on the wheel. Yeah, that kind of, every band plays this song. Simple song in E that they do, but it just caught on. It's like everybody does this song. And Peace Frog. That's another great tune off this album, folks. If you like the Doors and their hit stuff, try listening to Peace Frog. Great song off the album Morrison Hotel. And some people ask the question, is there a Morrison Hotel? It's a big country, the U.S. There might be. I have no idea. And then a great tune, very dreamy song called Indian Summer, with some spoken word stuff in it that Jim Morrison does. Indian Summer off Morrison Hotel. And we get to this album, the last one the Doors ever recorded in 1971, LA Woman. The album LA was just amazing album, and everybody's excited. Everybody's saying, hey, what a great album this is. During 71, when they were recording this, of course, Jim Morrison goes to Paris with his girlfriend. And he passed away July 3rd, 1971. I remember hearing it on the radio and couldn't believe it. Official autopsy report was he, drowned in a bathtub from just excessive drink. And everybody knows, he just drink, and other things too as well. But that happened in Paris, and geez, what a loss. The last album they recorded as a band officially was LA Woman. And we're going to get to the underrated slice. My Spanish Caravan. That's off Waiting for the Sun album from 68 I mentioned. Waiting for the Sun would be my underrated slice. Great Spanish kind of guitar in it. Flamingo type guitar. And my favorite slice, I know everybody's going to say, no, not that song. Everybody loves that song. I do too. That's why I'm going to mention it to you. Riders on the Storm. Great song. Can't get enough of that song. I love the recording of that particular song. And that might have been the last song that Jim Morrison was in the studio with the rest of the members of the Doors. So that is it, the Doors. And great stuff again. Try just listening to the whole album. You won't be disappointed. They released a lot of great albums, as I mentioned. And that is a wrap today. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Again, like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget about the great T-shirts. Licorice Pizza T-shirts that are available. Until next time, peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. That's right, the 18th, I believe, edition of it. I remember that. I can't believe it. All right. So, first of all, like, comment, and subscribe, okay? And don't forget about the great T-shirts, Licorice Pizza T-shirts, all different sizes. Size, 1X up to 6X, whatever. You'll see them here on the screen. Beautiful T-shirts, okay? So do yourself a favor and get one. Yeah. All right. We are going to talk about the band today. We're going to talk about a band later, in a later broadcast. You could say this is a band. Jimi Hendrix Experience. Yeah, they were an experience. Jimi Hendrix. What can you say? First of all, before we get to the first album he ever did, or the first one that's notable that brought him to the top. A little history. Hendrix had been around. He was in the Air Force for a while. Got out of the Air Force, paratrooper, I believe he was, and played backup lead guitar for Little Richard for a while and was fired from the band. Why? Because Little Richard says, "You're stealing my show, Jimmy." Absolutely killing it up there. He was a great performer, had his own style, and he backed up Little Richard and other groups as well. Musically, went around the, Seattle area. And then around 1966, he traveled to London, England. England was a swinging place back in the 60s. And he was gaining a reputation. It did not take long for Jimi Hendrix to start getting noticed. When you've got let me see, in the audience, the Beatles, Eric Clapton, members of the group Yes, all in the audience, and their eyes are like wide open. I said, "Oh my God, listen to this guy." It didn't take long for Jimmy to make it. His live performances were epic, absolutely epic. On stage, he just blew everybody away. And then after that, of course, what comes after that? A record contract. That's right. On Reprise Records, started by Frank Sinatra, his record label. That's right. And his first album, Are You Experienced? And we won't get into that part there, but you got to remember, this is late 66. He started recording that album and into 1967. And just to mention a few songs, I mean, this album broke new ground in music. Oh, no, I get it. Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys, awesome. Sgt. Pepper by the Beatles, awesome. That broke ground. This album also broke ground. That was 1967, just amazing guitar work. Nobody sounded like Jimi Hendrix. Nobody. And members of the band, Noel Redding on bass, Mitch Mitchell played drums, three-piece group, and Jimmy, of course, with the amazing guitar playing on that album. Such classic songs off this one album. Purple Haze, the other one, Red House, an old blues tune. Hendrix just nails this song. Lover Confusion, great tune. Fire, the song Fire, Third Stone from the Sun, which some bands cover. I know Joe Bonamassa, great guitar player, he covers that song, or used to, by Jimi Hendrix. Are You Experienced, title track from that album. And Foxy Lady. Who hasn't heard Foxy Lady? Coming to get you. Yeah. Jimmy had a way of, and we're talking about like 67 here. And that album comes out, then the Monterey Pop Festival. Around the same time, that whole time period, Monterey was absolutely crucial to his career, also Janis Joplin's for that matter. And Hendrix, by that time, is gaining such a reputation. Nobody wanted to go after Hendrix. When he hit the stage, he said, "What? No, we want to go on before and get out of there and let Jimmy do his thing." And that's what he did. Monterey Pop Festival, that's when he's on his knees with the lighter fluid. And I wouldn't suggest this, anybody, kids out there, don't light your guitar on fire. So he'd be on his knees and he's lighting it on fire, and he's gyrating to the amplifier with his guitar back and forth. And and his guitar playing, he did Wild Thing, of course. Just amazing performance. He was the whole package, Jimi Hendrix. And that first album set the precedent, of course, for the rest. And what else about Jimmy? He was always on the road. Always. Seems like he was either recording music or on the road every day of the week. The man really was, he was tired a lot because of his endless touring. And then the next album comes out, Axis Bold as Love. And again, classics off this album. So, Castles Made of Sand, One Rainy Wish, Spanish Castle Magic, another great song. You Got Me Floating, or Floating, I think they said in the song. Also, If 6 Was 9, interesting tune, different tempos throughout that little talking bit he does in the background there. Kind of a different song. What else? Little Wing. What can you say about Little Wing? Stevie Ray Vaughan did a version of that, and other artists have covered that. Eric Clapton covered Little Wing as well. So Hendrix he just keeps he just keeps rolling, and then a lot of people consider this next, it's a double album, his best album, Electric Ladyland, double album. Talk about songs off this one. Oh my goodness. Voodoo Child, Stevie Ray Vaughan covered that song. Clapton ever do that? I'm not sure. I don't think he did. And of course, the song Bob Dylan wrote, you know which one it is. Maybe you don't. It's well, Dylan wrote the tune, but I like Bob Dylan's version of it. Is all along the Watchtower. Hendrix just, oh my goodness, what can I say? He took it to another whole level. That recording for 1968, which this double album came out, is Dave Mason did it. Yeah, I've heard his version. U2 does a version of it. I mean, they're good versions, but to me, Hendrix's version of that song, still my favorite version of that song, all along the Watchtower. And other songs off that, Burning of the Midnight Lamp, Crosstown Traffic. That was a single released by Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix didn't really have like #1 singles. A lot of his stuff are very recognizable songs, but it's all about the album with the Jimi Hendrix Experience. And after that, now some changes come with the Jimi Hendrix Experience. First of all, he wanted to change course a little bit, or a lot actually. Noel Redding was out of the band. Mitch Mitchell was out of the band. In the next album, of course, 1970s, a Band of Gypsies, Jimmy's new group. Buddy Miles on drums, a great drummer, the late great Buddy Miles, and Billy Cox plays bass. And Billy Cox from the Band of Gypsies was with Jimi Hendrix, I believe, in the Air Force, and they did a lot of jamming together. But this band, I felt a little bit more polished sound than the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Buddy Miles, as far as drumming goes, a little more basic, and just kept it going. And Billy Cox on the bass, great bass player, just kept it, and so Jimmy could do his thing. Band of Gypsies, great group. Didn't last long, however. They recorded the Band of Gypsies album in New York at the Fillmore East. I think it was New Year's Eve of, would have been January 1st, would have been 1970. Great album, and it went big. One of the great live albums of all time. Machine Gun is off that particular album. Buddy Miles, Them Changes, another great song that Buddy Miles wrote for that album. Message of Love, Power of Love, Changes, like I mentioned, that song, and Who Knows. 6 songs, I believe, was off that particular live album. And then, the Band of Gypsies, short-lived. The band wasn't around too long at all. And I consider this just an amazing album. His last really studio album that he meant to release before he passed away, September of 1970. Jimi Hendrix passed away. I remember hearing it on NBC TV. I don't know who the anchor was during that broadcast, and I was like, just could not believe, Jimi Hendrix. That can't be, but yeah, it happened, and he passed away, and he had just finished recording that album, The Cry of Love, and just a great album by Jimi Hendrix. Freedom's on that one, and that was the album. Okay, he's recorded it. Yeah, he was going to release that. Unfortunately, he passed away before they released it. They released it in 71. I think early 1971. Freedom is off that one, that album. Easy Rider. Angel, what a great ballad. And this particular album is very important in many aspects, but one big one, he wanted to change course. Like he was pretty heavy, with the first 3, 4 albums. You get to this one, oh, more refined, smoother album. He wanted to record with a string orchestra. Yeah, Jimi Hendrix. And he never got to see that realization of doing that. But this album, you can tell it is polished, just a more polished album, and great recording. Electric Ladyland Studios is the studio he started, and it's still there in New York City today. And that was his dream, to own his own studio. I'll come out with the albums that I want to come out with. I'll play with who I want to play with. I will add strings to it. And he had that vision. He wanted that more than anything, Jimi Hendrix, is to have his own studio, not tour as much. He was just constantly touring. And by 1970, some of his performances, they really weren't good. He was exhausted. And I think he did walk off the stage in London at a concert in England somewhere, where he just said, and he just walked off. He was totally exhausted. And the human body and mind can only take so much. And he wanted to not tour as much and not do so many concerts and concentrate doing things in the studio like the Beatles were doing, because of course they quit touring in '66, so they had 3 years of recording just in the studio. But he never saw that dream, and I always think, what would he have come out with if he hadn't have passed away? Oh my goodness, I just think about it. It's like, my God, we'll never hear that great music. I know he wanted to get together with Paul McCartney. He wrote a letter to Paul. Paul still has it, saying, I'd like to get together with you and we can co-write a song. And Paul was all for it. He said, that'd be great. Never got to realize that. So that would have been interesting. McCartney music with Hendrix, put them together, I think could have come out with some great stuff. Would they have written one song, 2, 3? Who knows? Maybe a whole album collaboration. That would have been great. So, and we can't forget, okay, I'm going to mention as a side note, the great Woodstock show that Jimi Hendrix did. I think he was the biggest. He was paid more than any other artist at Woodstock. Jimi Hendrix was. Any other artist, and he was the last one on. Unfortunately, people are exhausted. It's kind of looks like a cloudy, a little bit of rain maybe, and 3/4 of that crowd was done. So they all moved up near the stage to hear Jimi Hendrix. And it was just epic. Star Spangled Banner with Jimi Hendrix. What can you say? It became an iconic song, but just an amazing show Hendrix put on at Woodstock. And let me see, Billy Cox was playing bass and Mitch Mitchell back on drums during the Woodstock. Noel Redding, they had a parting of the ways, Jimi Hendrix and his bass player. So they never got back together, obviously. Jimi Hendrix passed away September 17th, 1970. So, but we'll stop there. If I had to mention, say one album, if you're not real familiar with Jimi Hendrix, to listen to, oh boy, I would just go right back to where it all started, like in '67. Are You Experienced? And listen to the whole album and just crank it up. You have to play his stuff kind of loud. All right, now we get to the my favorite slice. Even though it's a song, my favorite slice by Hendrix. Favorite song would be, and he didn't write it, I know, All Along the Watchtower. Just never get sick of hearing that's a great, great song. And underrated slice, oh boy. I know people are going to say, are you kidding me? That no Hendrix, Crosstown Traffic. People say, I don't like that. I love that song. What song can you have a rock song and have a kazoo in it? Those kazoos they play. Well, Hendrix does. There's a solo with the kazoo instead of the lead guitar. Who can pull that off? But Jimi Hendrix. But that's my take on it. That's my my underrated slice. People don't talk about the song. Probably, I don't know. Maybe they don't like it. I don't know. But my favorite slice is All Along the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix, and Purple Haze would be in there too. One of my faves. Hey Joe, off the first album by Jimi Hendrix. Such classic songs. And he's around for like 3 years, folks, and that's it. So that is another wrap of Licorice Pizza. That's right. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And those t-shirts come in different colors, okay, different sizes. So check that out as well. Until next time, peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And here is the 19th edition of Licorice Pizza. And today we are going to talk about a supergroup. They might have invented that term, or the term was invented when this band started out in '66. You might know some of the members. Definitely one you will. But first, like, comment, and subscribe. Licorice Pizza, that's right. These great t-shirts you'll see on the screen. They come in different colors and different sizes. All right, the band I am going to talk about today, you hear that term supergroup all the time now. And a band that really, the first time I ever heard that was like way back. Yeah, way back. The band is Cream, featuring Mr. Slowhand, Eric Clapton himself, Jack Bruce on bass, who sadly passed away, the late great Jack Bruce, and the late great Ginger Baker. Cream. Okay, just a little background before we go to that first album that they released and recorded and released. Eric Clapton was with a band called the Yardbirds for about a year. They were a big group. They had some big hits. And then after the Yardbirds in '64, 65, I think he joined. Yeah, it was 65. John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, Eric Clapton. And then he went on to this group, Cream. Those guys got together through many fights in the beginning, and even in the end when they broke up, they did not get along. Ginger Baker, Beware of Mr. Baker. Did you ever watch that documentary? I think it was on Netflix. One of them. Oh, some of the stuff that went on, man. But this first album, they started recording in '66. And I think it was released back in '66. Fresh Cream, it was called. You see the three of them on the front cover. One's, and I think they're like in the Air Force or England's version of the Air Force or whatever it is. And you see these three faces because, Eric Clapton was pretty much a big star in England at that time. Huge star. So people bought the album, and it was their debut. That album is different than the next one I'll mention, Disraeli Gears. That's coming up because this album, they're in their own world, in their own universe. They're all great musicians, okay, and they would ad lib, improvise. That's how you can think of Cream, that group, especially on this album. They would take a little bit of a song, sing it, then start playing leads, and they would go into their own. It's like they're almost playing different things at one time, but gelled together. Their improvising was amazing. So that album, just some of the songs, I Feel Free. You might have heard that one if it was played. You say, "Oh, I recognize that song." NSU, another song, the great tune off that. Sleepy Time. Dreaming, Sweet Wine, one of their popular songs. Their live version of that goes on for like what, 12, 13 minutes. Spoonful, Willie Dixon tune that he wrote, blues song that Cream covered. Very popular. Cream really amazing version of that song. Also Rollin' and a Tumblin'. Jack Bruce on the harmonica, and they do a great version of that old song. And I'm So Glad, one of their popular songs they always did live. And Toad, song written by Ginger Baker and a drum solo. He was Ginger Baker, pretty much, he was a jazz drummer. That's what he did. Jack Bruce, jazz bass player. Clapton heavily influenced in the blues, and then put them together, and you have that type of band. So that was their debut, Cream. And then we go on to, if you talk to most people, this album is their favorite Cream album. Disraeli Gears, okay, that's their favorite album. Had so many great songs. Their sound changing here a little bit, maybe a lot. They're more psychedelic on this album. I found, like from '67, it was the Summer of Love and all that. Still great music off it. Strange Brew, great song. Sunshine of Your Love, that's got one of the most popular riffs in music history. Da, 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 that riff. And that was actually the first song I ever heard by Cream was Sunshine of Your Love. And I kept listening to it and listening to it. Said, oh my goodness, what a great song. The other one, of course, is Blue Condition. That's one of those nice bluesy tunes that they did. Tales of Brave Ulysses, another song, very popular song by Cream. They did play it live. I've never heard a live version of that by Cream. And Outside Women Blues, another great song that they did. And also that song is done by a band called the Atlanta Rhythm Section. One of these episodes we'll have a show about the Atlanta Rhythm Section. One of my favorite country rock bands, Southern rock, absolutely. And it makes sense. They're from Georgia, so. All right. Mother's Lament too. That's kind of a traditional song off Disraeli Gears, but that's the one they even got bigger. Sunshine of Your Love was massive song, and they appeared on TV shows, variety shows. Glenn Campbell show that he had out. Cream appeared on there as well. Then we get to the next album, Wheels of Fire. Okay, this is a different type of album. Okay, a lot of you know the song White Room. That's the studio version. Sitting on Top of the World. Politician, great blues song. Pete Brown, Jack Bruce wrote the song Politician. Born Under a Bad Sign. That's a Booker T. Jones song that he wrote. Another cover. Cream did such great covers of these songs. And Deserted Cities of the Heart. The studio stuff was great, and we'll get on to this one of those albums within the set was all studio, and the other was all live. So it's a double album. People first bought it, they're thinking, oh, it's all studio. No, one was live. The live part. Should I say this? I'm going to say it. I think the amazing song Crossroads is off Wheels of Fire. I would consider that particular song at the Fillmore East, 1968, one of the greatest live performances and one of the greatest guitar solos in rock history. I would say top 10. I know there's a lot of great solos, a lot of great bands, but that thing was live, just raw and live. And there was no any overdubs, anything funny going on that side. That was just an amazing performance. As far as the rest of that live album, I have to say I'm a little disappointed in it. I don't know why it just didn't connect with me. But Crossroads, outstanding version at the Fillmore East off that album. White Room, of course, such a classic song. Pressed Rat and Warthog. Now that song is not really mainstream, folks. And now Ginger Baker, yes, he wrote that, co-wrote it with Mike Taylor, Press Rat and Warthog, that song. So if you listen to some Cream, don't play that as your first song to go by, okay? We're oh dear, this is getting interesting. Okay, and then their last album, Goodbye Cream. Yes, it was the end. They couple years officially they broke up in 69. I think their last concert at the in London, okay, at the Royal Albert Hall. I was so looking forward to watching that. And when I did back in the day, I said, this camera work is atrocious. Atrocious. Whoever filmed this, they're bouncing, they're going back and forth like this on the camera and not showing anybody for over 2 seconds or showing this over here. Then they go like, I said, this is awful. And I said, am I the only one? So I started reading reviews of that concert, and it's like a great show. They sounded phenomenal. Their last concert, I believe, and they didn't film it correctly. So anyway, yeah, but we'll get on to Goodbye Cream. Yeah, that was it. Some very recognizable songs off this one. Well, since Eric Clapton helped George Harrison and the Beatles on the White Album, George Harrison returned the favor to Eric Clapton, and he co-wrote the song Badge, big hit by Cream, and Eric Clapton, George Harrison. So there you go. George plays guitar on that one. And Politician, another tune off that one, Sitting on Top of the World. Good song, great song. There's 2 live songs on this album, Politician and Sitting on Top of the World. And now we get to the part. I got a couple more things I'm going to say. My favorite Cream song. This one I'll go with. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. White Room. I'll go with White Room. Underrated, Crossroads. People got to listen to that. I think that's an underrated Cream song that is just absolutely spectacular. That version of that song for a live recording, and it just at the Fillmore East, that legendary venue in New York. So then we go on, how many years later, from like 69 to 2005, guess who got back together again? Cream. That's right. I've got that on DVD. Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, Ginger Baker all got back together. A lot of people loved it. Some people said, oh, it's not like it was when Cream were together in 68 and 67. Of course not. It's a whole different time. Actually, I loved it. I loved it. I thought they sounded amazing for not being together for decades. They got together and did 4 shows at the Royal Albert Hall in London, then 4 shows or 5 shows at Madison Square Garden. Or was it 3 or 4? But anyway, that's a great show. I people were criticizing it. Oh, it doesn't sound like the Cream of 1968. Well, partly because they were on substances. I can't say that. Yeah, they were taking things. Okay, and yeah, you could tell, man, they were just back in the 60s, whole different time period. But I'll tell you what, I thought they sounded amazing. And I've got that. It's a double DVD set, and they have it on CD. And probably, since vinyl's really big, they probably have it on vinyl as well. But I thought that was great. Unfortunately, Jack Bruce passed away, and Ginger Baker passed away. Eric Clapton, the only surviving member of the group Cream. But Ginger Baker was having, financial problems. He'd make money, then he'd spend it all. So that gave him a great source of money because it sold very well. So he made good off that. And but that 2005, you want to check that out too. The concert that they did, half of it's from the Royal Albert Hall, the other half from Madison Square Garden. And I love it all. I thought it was great for 3-piece, and Jack Bruce, amazing bass player. That's the thing about Cream, improvisation. They're just doing the great musicians, every one of them. And they somehow they can play different things all at once, but still sound like a band. Not too many can do that. So that is that. My underrated slice again is Crossroads. Do listen to that. Favorite song, I don't know, White Room. I just love that tune. And Cream have so many. There's a fine line between the favorite, number 2, number 8. I don't know. Anyway, that is a wrap on the super group Cream. And you can like, comment, please, and subscribe as well. And those great, awesome t-shirts come in many different colors and sizes. And you'll see them on the screen here. Until the next time, peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And welcome to episode 20. Hard to believe. Episode 20. I'm thinking episode 20, we might as well, what band? It's got to be a real special band. But first, keep you in suspense. Like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget the Licorice Pizza t-shirts, beautiful t-shirts for sale. You're going to see them like this way over the screen or somewhere in here. You'll see those. Okay, what band am I going to talk about today? You might have heard of them. Van Halen. Van Halen, the legendary Van Halen. Can't say enough about this group. Eddie Van Halen, Mike Anthony, Alex Van Halen, and the wild man himself, the stage performer, David Lee Roth. Anyway, we're going to go back to 1978. I'm working at a radio station, and they would give you promotional copies of the albums. A lot of these folks I would listen to, and it's back into, chapter 12, just throw them in the file. It's okay, but, we got tons of them. Singles, albums. This particular album, I just pulled out, put it on, and what do I hear? Eruption. Eddie Van Halen's guitar playing. Never heard anything like that. It's called tapping, all that tapping. It's a lot of players do it now, but back then, this was totally new. And they go into the Kink song, You Really Got Me. And I just listened to it. I said, I got to listen to the second song. So I listened to the second song. That's great. That whole album's good. I'll never forget I said, this band is going huge. Yeah, huge. And they did. They went really huge. Iconic. Van Halen. That first thing in the guitar, Eruption, just before You Really Got Me. Da 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 da. Bang. And they just nailed it. I tell you, so that's my intro to Van Halen. I get baptized into Van Halen. That was the album, that first album. Next one, Van Halen 2, another great album that went big too. Women and Children First. That also was a fantastic album, 1980. And David Lee Roth, still in the band. And Fair Warning from 1981. I do like this album. Not one of my favorite Van Halen albums, but a good album. Diver Down from 82. Good. I can't say it's a bad album. It's a good album because they had so many great albums, but I'll rate that good. 1984, what can you say? Jump is off the album 1984. Van Halen. Jump, Hot for Teacher. That was a huge monster hit. MTV played that nonstop. And Panama. David Lee Roth is kind of going there with, up in the air there, and he's floating across the stage on some contraption. But anyway, that's 1984. I'll get back to some of the tunes off from their debut album, Running with the Devil. That's a great song by Van Halen. And, Eruption, of course, right before You Really Got Me. Ain't Talking About Love, another stellar song off that album. I'm the One, um, Jamie's Crying, another classic song off that particular album. Atomic Punk, Feel Your Love Tonight. Ice Cream Man starts out with that nice acoustic guitar, then they just killer song, blues tune. Ice Cream Man off from that debut album by Van Halen. All right, we are going to go on to the Van Halen number 2. Yeah, they got, look at this. Dance the Night Away. That is a cover song that they did. Dance the Night Away. You're No Good. Yeah, that's the Linda Ronstadt, No Good. They had a different take on it, different arrangement on that particular song. You're No Good. Bottoms Up, another great tune off Spanish Fly. Eddie starts, he shows you his acoustic skills, classical guitar skills on that one. Women in Love, another one. DOA, Beautiful Girls, one of the more popular songs off this particular album. But yeah, they're well on their way. Van Halen, man, that kind of follows the pattern of the first album. I thought they both sound alike, different songs, of course. Well, they Women and Children First. They released that album. That's also a very strong album by Van Halen. Love that one too. And like I said before, well on their way. They're becoming superstars actually. And then 1981, Diver Down. That's the album. A lot of Van Halen fans, that's not one of their favorite albums. I do like it. It's Hang 'Em High. That's a great song off that. Also Intruder, The Full Bug, Happy Trails. That's an old Western song, Happy Trails, da, da, and they did that one. Oh Pretty Woman, the album of remakes. Oh Pretty Woman's off that, by Roy Orbison. Same song, but a lot heavier when Van Halen does it, right? So yeah, but that overall is a great album, and a lot of people say leave the originals alone, but I thought Van Halen did a great job in on that song, Oh Pretty Woman and Happy Trails. Happy Trails is kind of the guys just goofing around in the studio, but they came out with that album back in 1981. And remember the first time I heard Oh Pretty Woman, I said, my God, that's a Roy Orbison song, but this is much heavier, much heavier. And then we get to 1984, Van Halen. They're on MTV, just on radio, FM radio. They're on MTV, AM, FM radio back in those days. Yeah, they're all over the place. And, Hot for Teacher and Panama, another classic song, 3 classics off that, and Jump. And then, of course, the title track, 1984, off that album. And Girls Gone Bad. Yeah, Van Halen, 1984, that could sold a gazillion copies. And we'll stop right here, and we're going to have a new segment on Licorice Pizza called No Skips. And with that, here's Elijah.
Welcome to No Skips. This is the show inside the show. That's right. We are a segment of Licorice Pizza. No Skips. We're talking about albums, individual albums that you don't skip any songs on. And today, the album that I have for you is from a band called Skillet, one of my favorites. This album called Collide. Now, the original version of this album came out in 2003, but it was so popular that they actually re-released it in 2004 with an additional song. It was one of those rare moments in time where you actually went and got that special edition CD for just the extra song, because that extra song was that good. The extra song I'm referring to is called Open Wounds. It is one of my favorite tracks. It kind of talks about like the people who are supposed to love you in life who don't, and all they leave you with is open wounds. And I thought that song was very meaningful to me, especially when I was, growing up. Another song on the record is Savior. It's like one of the biggest songs that Skillet has ever had in their career. And this was at a time where Skillet was trying to figure out what their identity was. Skillet started in the, I want to say, mid to early 90s. When they first came out, they were wrapped up in the grunge scene, kind of like Nirvana, trying to figure out their identity. Then they kind of got into more keyboard rock, which was kind of interesting. Now they get into hard rock, the early 2000s aggressive hard rock where the guitars sound dirty, the drums are aggressive, and the singers are as well. I think as far as a vocal performance is concerned, John Cooper, the lead singer of Skillet, does an amazing job in this record. He doesn't scream a ton, but when he does, it's meaningful. It adds something to the song. It's not just a bunch of screaming, just a scream. Lori Peters is the drummer for Skillet. She does a great job. Corey Cooper, John's wife, is actually the keyboard player for the band. She also plays, I believe, guitar as well. And then you have Ben Kasica, who plays lead guitar on the record. All four of them make up Skillet, at least as it was back in 2003. If you're looking at, newer stuff by them, John and Corey have stayed on, but the people around them have changed. But to go back to this record again, to me, it is an amazing record, top down. There's only one song on it that's slow. Everything else is upbeat, aggressive, in your face. So if you are that type of rock and roll fan, you're going to love this thing. They are a Christian band. They're a faith-based band, so you will see elements of that, but they don't just come right out and try to hit you over the head with the Bible. That's not what they're trying to do on this CD. But again, Collide, again, it came out in 2003, special edition in 2004. One of my favorites. And just to highlight a couple of songs, obviously Open Wounds, we already talked about that one. Savior, you also have A Little More. That is the one slow song on this record, but basically it talks about if we just had a little bit more love in the world, how much better would we all be? And it's a really, really great tune, kind of that acoustic rock that the early 2000s were famous for. Some of the other ones that I love that are definitely upbeat, you have Imperfection, which is a great one. You also have Forsaken, which is another great one. But again, 11 songs on the special edition, and I would encourage you to get that special edition because you don't want to miss out on Open Wounds, the song. But again, the album Collide, the band Skillet, it is a no skips album. Listen to it. Tell me if you skipped any songs. Let me know down in the comments below. Right now, though, we got to toss it back to the great one, Mr. Don Despaw.
And I hope you like that new segment on Licorice Pizza, no skips. That's a great concept too. Some albums you all the way through, and some 2 or 3 good songs maybe. So I hope you enjoyed that segment, new segment here on Licorice Pizza. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. By golly, and those t-shirts look great too. Different sizes, small, medium, large, 2X, 3X, 4X, whatever. Really great looking t-shirts. And now we get Van Halen, the drama period. Where there was drama before in this band, but oh boy, after 1984 came out, David Lee Roth, he left. So 85, they didn't release anything in 85, and then what do they come out with? They come out with 5150 with Mr. Sammy Hagar. You hear more arguments with Van Halen fans. Well, I like David Lee Roth. No, I don't like him. I like Sammy Hagar. Got to remember, there's 2 different time periods. If you go back to 78, then 86, David Lee Roth, yeah, crowds change. So the kids remember David Lee Roth back in the day, and they're David Lee Roth all the way. I remember David Lee Roth, but I also loved Sammy Hagar. Different sound. Van Halen sound did change back in 86. More keyboard flavored music with a lot more keyboard in it. Back in the day, David Lee Roth, Jump had from 84, they had keyboard. They were changing their sound at that time, but not so much just all guitars, bass and drums, you might say. So, but that album, 5150, great album, Sammy Hagar. It's just their sound had changed, Van Halen. So, and then you get a lot of people that love love Van Halen sound with Sammy Hagar. I'm one of them. I don't know if I can pick two entirely different singers. David Lee Roth, more of wild on stage. Sammy's wild on stage, not as much, but totally apples and oranges. That's what it is. And but 5150, great album by Van Halen. And then they came out with Oh You Wait 1-2. That album, more poppy album, more pop orientated album. I wore that out on cassette. I just had the cassette and played it until the cassette got so thin. I could play it. I do enjoy that Cobble Wobble, great song off that album. Sucker in a three-piece suit. I think that's the other one off. Yeah, that's off that one. And a great album. Finish What You Started, another great, very popular song off that album. And they're still on top, Van Halen, at that time. So great album. But if we come down to my least favorite album by Van Halen, and I'm not saying it isn't good, but it's, of all of them, probably Diver Down. Yeah, that one. And my favorite will always be their debut. 1978, the world was introduced to Van Halen. It didn't take long. Eruption, yeah, they erupted after that album for sure. And they're very influential. Eddie Van Halen, the late great Eddie Van Halen, influenced so many guitar players. Amazing guitar player, and the drummer's great too. Alex, of course, Mike Anthony, and just great musicians. Great band live. Never saw them live. I wish I could have. Kind of late now, but Eddie's son Wolfgang too played on some of the Van Halen stuff live and an album. And he's a great guitar player in his own right. We're on Carnal Knowledge. Yeah, that was at 1990. That was a great album. Oh, I forgot about that one. That's also Pound Cakes off that one. Another great song. Van Halen, what a career. Balance, that's a good album, 1995. Very good. And A Different Kind of Truth came out in 2012. It's an amazing band. I know Eddie's gone, but we still have his great guitar playing and music that will live on, of course. And again, that is it for another episode of Licorice Pizza. Van Halen. If anything I missed on the program, you can fill me in on. Don't forget to comment about it and like and subscribe. Peace out. Licorice Pizza, a term for vinyl 12-inch long playing or LP record. Named because it is black and about the same size as a pizza. And welcome to another edition of Licorice Pizza. I could just taste these great songs right now, can you? And you're wondering, what band are you going to talk about? Well, first of all, like, comment, and subscribe, okay? First of all, and the great t-shirts for sale, Licorice Pizza. They come in different colors. I've seen many of them. They look amazing. Different sizes, small, medium, large, 1X, 2X, 3X, and onward, so great t-shirts. We are going to talk about today one of my favorite groups. I have many favorite groups, but this one is band Deep Purple. Been around a long time, still playing live today. Deep Purple. Wow. What can you say? Okay, let's first of all, we start the program out. The first song I ever heard by Deep Purple was a song called Hush. Yeah, Hush. 1968. Great keyboard, Hammond keyboard in there. John Lord was in the band. God bless his soul. He's an amazing keyboardist. And he played that Hammond organ. in that song. Some great stuff. And that, that became a fairly decent hit over here in America and I believe in England as well. That's where they're from, by the way. Yeah. And Shades of Deep Purple, 1968. Now, back at that time, a guy by the name of Rod Evans was the lead vocalist of that band. A lot of people don't realize that Rod Evans was the lead vocalist, and also Nick Simper, bass player for Deep Purple. He was the bass player. Okay, now we'll go on. They released a second album. Yeah, it just kind of laid there, and also in '68, and then a self-entitled album called Deep Purple. Again, 1969, the following year, they released that. Now that also had Rod Evans and Nick Simper in the band, played bass. Rod Evans, of course, the lead singer in that band. Now, where it really changed for Deep Purple, this is such an important album for them. I used to have this album. I don't know if I still do. It's like Mount Rushmore, and it's called Deep Purple in Rock. And I think that's when Deep Purple found themselves. Now we got it. Now we got the different lineup, a little bit different lineup. Ian Gillan, the lead singer now, and also Roger Glover is the bass player now. And those two guys joined, and that's when Deep Purple really found their sound. They found themselves. That was their sound. Deep Purple in rock. Then that's 1970. Now 1971, Fireball came out. What a tremendous album. Strange Kind of Woman is off that album. Just a couple cuts. Also Fireball, of course. And I believe the song The Mule is off the album Fireball. 1971. Man, what a great album to follow up Deep Purple and rock. Yeah, Fireball. And then here, this changed it to a much wider audience, this next album. And Smoke on the Water is off this album, Machine Head. I had bought it in 1972, and it's got that kind of distorted pictures of all the members of Deep Purple on the cover of that album. And thinking, yeah, I know who Deep Purple is. Well, I'll try it. And I bought it and took it home. And, guess what? Yeah, fell in love with that album. Highway Stars, Space Truckin', Smoke on the Water, the song Lazy. Maybe I'm a Leo's off that one. Smoke on the Water is all about when they were in Switzerland. Frank Zappa's doing a concert, and during the concert, somebody shot something up on the ceiling, and the ceiling caught on fire. It was a casino in Switzerland. So, and Deep Purple wanted to record the album Machine Head in the casino in different locations. Well, they didn't get to. So they said, well, why don't we just write a song about this horrible event that happened? And it was horrible. But the song they wrote about is Smoke on the Water, by far their biggest song. All these guitar players learning that riff when they were young kids, and that song just went ballistic. And they recorded that in the Rolling Stones mobile unit, the band, the Rolling Stones. It's just a little trailer, and they had to fit the equipment in there. A lot of that album was recorded there and a few other locations in that area. They just wanted to create an album with a different sound, different vibe to it. But, and if you open up the album, Machine Head, they have pictures of the fire, they have pictures of their, cramped up studios. Man, those guys had to record in like just small spaces. I don't know how they did it, but the pictures you open that album out and tons of pictures. But Machine Head, man, I listened to that album, Smoke on the Water, Highway Star, all that great stuff. Couldn't get enough of that album. 1972 it was. And then they come out, Who Do We Think We Are? 1973. Ian Gillan, still the lead singer in the band. Richie Blackmore, of course. Ian Pace is a great drummer for Deep Purple and is still with them even today. John Lord was there again, and Roger Glover's in the band, and just Burn, and no, who do you with that album obviously from '73, and that's a tremendous album. What's on that album? Woman from Tokyo, one of their most famous songs off that album, and the whole album. Just so many great songs off that. Wasn't one of their biggest albums, nothing like Machine Head, but the following album is coming up, and I'm going to tell you more about that. But first, we got a new program here on Licorice Pizza called No Skips, a great feature that's on Licorice Pizza. And this gentleman, Elijah Winfrey, is going to tell you more about it.
We are back with No Skips, the show inside the show where we talk about albums that you don't skip any songs on. And today we're going to throw in an album by a Florida band, Orlando area band, Anberlin. Now, this is a band that I really, really enjoy, but I have to tell you about the first time I saw this band live because it's something else, okay? So my dad and I were at a festival called Cornerstone, Florida. There's two different Cornerstones. There's one in Illinois. There was one in Florida. Unfortunately, neither exist anymore, but they were a gathering of a bunch of the latest, greatest Christian rock bands, faith-based bands, that sort of deal. And my dad and I happened to go over to a side stage that they were having going on. And we noticed that people were waiting for this band called Anberlin. And Anberlin was late. They weren't there. And people were starting to think maybe they're not going to show up. But people in the area were excited because they're from Orlando. The festival was in Orlando. This is that hometown team, right? And so everybody's waiting on these guys to show up. All of a sudden, lights go down, band comes out, full tuxedos. Turns out they had gone to a wedding earlier that day, and they hit Orlando traffic, which is why they were not able to be there on time. But they came out, they played a killer show, and a lot of the songs that they played that night were off this album right here, Never Take Friendship Personal, which, I mean, that's really a good, slogan for life in general, unfortunately. But this album came out in 2005 from Tooth and Nail Records, and I'm just going to go down the track listing here. Again, no skippable songs on this record. Never Take Friendship Personal. You come right out the gate with a nice rock song. You got Paper Thin Hymn, which is a good one. Stationary, the Symphony of a Blaze, which is a little bit of a slower tune. A Day Late, which is a really fun tune. The Runaways. You have Time and Confusion, which is my favorite song because when they play that, they really get the crowd into it. You also have the Feel Good Drag, which is such a hit for them that they've actually included that song in albums throughout their discography. They keep including that song because people like it that much. So that's kind of cool. Audrey, Start the Revolution, A Heavy-Hearted Work of Staggering Genius, and Dance Dance, Krista Pathagan, which I hope I said that right. But it's 11 songs. It is a rock album. I would say it's a little bit of an between like U2 and some more heavier stuff. I can't think of a band off the top of my head, but kind of between U2 and some more heavier stuff if you listen to this. And if you're a fan of the movie Point Break at all, the lead singer, at least when he was playing back in 2005, kind of look a little bit like Patrick Swayze. So, but with all that being said, again, the album, Never Take Friendship Personal, the artist, Anberlin. Check it out. Let me know if you skipped any songs in the comments below. Right now, though, I believe Donnie Despaw is done with his break. It's Licorice Pizza.
And we are back. Now we're going to talk about another change with Deep Purple. So many changes, folks. When you're talking about this band, it would take hours and hours on, the people leaving, coming back, leaving, coming back. Well, on the next album, Burn, and this guy's great lead singer, David Coverdale. Probably heard him. He's played with other bands. And Glenn Hughes are in on it with this album. And I'm thinking when the album came out, Ian Gillan is not with the band anymore. Oh my God, what's going to happen here? Well, Glenn Hughes and David Coverdale did a great job, on this. That whole album's great. I love this record. Burn, 1974. And then comes Stormbringer, 1974. And Deep Purple keeps coming out with album after album. Come Taste the Band, 1975, David Coverdale. Tommy Bolin, lead guitar this time on that album. Guess who's out? Richie Blackmore, who was on, of course, Machine Head, Burn, Fireball, all the Deep Purple albums. Pretty much right from the beginning. It is the great Richie Blackmore, amazing guitar player. But that's a change there. David Coverdale, Tommy Bolin, lead guitar, and Glenn Hughes again on bass. So Roger Glover left, Glenn joins. Okay, then they take a little time off from 1976 to 1984. They disbanded. There's no Deep Purple. As far as I know, there's no Deep Purple from that time period. Then they decided back in 1984 to get back together again with that lineup. Richie Blackmore, Ian Pace, John Lord, Roger Glover, Richie Blackmore. They're all together again. Perfect Strangers, great album. That really went huge. 1984. Remember that one? And they had a tour to support the album. That went great. A world tour. I'll probably stop there because they had so many releases after Perfect Stranger. But one note, I will mention this: the great guitar player Steve Morse. You talk about a player to replace anybody on lead guitar. Hello, yeah, Steve Morse, a technician on guitar. He joined Deep Purple in '96 and just left a couple of years, maybe about a year ago. He quit the band. He was with them for years, but a great live band, Deep Purple. And like I said, and if you want to pick up a DVD of a great Deep Purple concert, there's one from, I think, 2004, live in Melbourne, Australia, which is kind of the music capital of Australia. And it is just amazing. There's bonus footage on that DVD. I know this is Licorice Pizza about vinyl, but I do have to mention that. Man, what a great show that was. They were rocking that night in Melbourne, Australia, let me tell you. So we'll get to the best slice of my best favorite album. Okay, oh boy. I kept going back and forth here, folks. I really did. I kept going back from like 4 albums of Deep Purple. Machine Head, also Deep Purple and Rock, Fireball, and Burn. Which one do I pick? You're probably saying, no, Donnie, don't let it. Machine Head. I gotta go with that one. That album's that's still my favorite album by Deep Purple, but the line is very close between that album and the others. But yeah, and my least favorite Deep Purple album, I hate to say this, but The Battle Rages On did nothing. Not much for me. When I listened to it, so I give it another try. I'll listen to it again. And if it, by the 3rd or 4th time, if it doesn't connect with me, it probably is not going to. And that's it. That's it. But that's a rundown in Deep Purple. What a great band. If you're not real familiar with them, again, listen to some of their albums. If you haven't heard some of their albums, maybe you've listened to Machine Head and something else you haven't. Well, just give it a listen to. That's kind of it's like new music being brought to you, really. So that is that. And that is our Deep Purple episode. And don't forget to leave a comment. If there's something I left out or you can add to it by commenting, by all means do so. And subscribe. And that is another episode of Licorice Pizza. Peace out.